Hello and welcome. If this is your first stream, then welcome. And if you are returning, also welcome and thank you for coming back. If you don't know who I am yet, I am Kokoloo or CL, and I will be your bard for this evening, this morning, whatever time zone you are in. And I travel across constellations collecting songs and stories to bring back to you. I am also an indie dev myself. With my studio, Cats and Lillipad Studios, we're making Moonflower and In Between. And I am an audio engineer, currently working on the voice acting patch for A Date with Death. And today, we are playing the brand new demo from 2.5 Studios. Hey NB, thank you for joining. With an awfully long name. The Willowmist Emporium of Antiques and Curiosities. A mouthful, but a cute one. Let me read a little bit of... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Ah! Whoa, double sound. I'm on the Steam page on my phone to read out. Oh, Talus! I do not know everyone's usernames on different places. Oh, we've got an outbreak coming in. But to read you a little bit about what this game is, welcome to Willowmist, a charming, sleepy town nestled in the mountains, a place where people who don't quite fit in finally belong. Beneath its quiet, sleepy exterior lies many a resident bound by secrets. Will you be the one to uncover their stories? In this cozy supernatural narrative shop simulator, you've been entrusted with running your aunt's beloved antique store while she's mysteriously away for 3 months. Step into the role of a shopkeeper and take charge of Willowmist Antiques and Curiosities. Price unique items, haggle with customers, and manage your inventory to keep the business afloat. Build meaningful connections with the townsfolk, including 5 unique love interests and a host of side characters. As you help the residents of Willowmist uncover their truths and confront their secrets, you may just discover something of your own. A sense of belonging and a place to finally call home. Now, this is not the kind of game I would usually play, solely because... Oops, we've got an ad break. Solely because I'm not usually the kind of person who enjoys anything that has stats in it. I've not had the best experience with stat games. So 2.5 Studios are like my best friends and also my publishers for the in-between. But like when they were first concepting this game, they've gone to me, "You're gonna hate our next game." And I think that's actually impossible because everything they make is amazing. But it'll be interesting. I know that they have like different modes so that you can, get right into like the story features and the mechanics and the stats and the dice rolls and things like that, or you can just kind of not have to worry about it and just enjoy the story, which I really appreciate. Like, I know every game isn't for everyone, but I appreciate features like that existing in things where you can make it as hard or as easy as you want it. And I think that's exceptional. Ooh, that's a long message. Did that even fit? It didn't. You've breached the containment of my little chat box. Yeah, everything they make is amazing. And I think I don't like chat sims either, but I think A Date with Death is exceptional. Because it is, and everything they do is amazing. I've been following the studio. I first heard about them in 2018. So it's been quite a while that I've been with this studio. They can't get rid of me now. They're stuck with me. This game is a little bit different. Again, than what they've done previously. They keep expanding what they're capable of, keep growing, and I think they're absolutely just incredible people. The features for Willowmist: create your own character, choose between 2 character bases for Sage, who is renameable, but I will be keeping it a Sage because I think that is the loveliest name, and select pronouns. I don't know what we should do. Should we play male or should we play female? Buy, sell, haggle. Keep the store stocked with unique antiques and decide how to price them. Learn the market, upgrade stock, and try to avoid fakes. Upgrade your shop. Level up your store to gain more skills and attract more customers. A skill tree allows improving everything from scaring away the competition at auctions to improving your haggling skills. Dice rolls and stats. Decisions and actions aren't always straightforward. Your success depends on your stats and a touch of luck, which should be interesting for me. No idea how that's gonna go. I think there's a little bit of inspiration of that kind of Disco Elysium style with the skill checks with the dice rolls. They were the ones who suggested that I play that game. Something that I know that they were in, like a cool mechanic that they were interested in. Let's see, I'm partial to male here. So it's me. Female? Yeah, we can do female. Eventful days. Every day brings new opportunities, events, and unexpected challenges. From cleaning mishaps to unusual customers. Plan out your day, run the store, clean, upgrade antiques. I don't know, upgrade antiques. That's an interesting concept to me. Run errands, attend auctions, and much more. Discover the mysteries of Willowmist. Everyone in this town has secrets. That's why they came to Willowmist. Get to know the locals through chains of events that unlock as you play the game. Every playthrough is different. This game is going to be absolutely massive. If you already played through this demo yourself, you will know that just the demo is huge. I'm expecting it, even with their first game was The Divine Speaker, and that's about 300,000 words, and we had, because I was the audio engineer on that as well, we had about 15,000 voice lines. Now this probably won't have voice acting, but because there's just so much of it. But I mean, who knows? I don't know. But this game, it's going to be the biggest thing they've ever done. I mean, there's 5 love interests to start with, which is too many love interests. Okay, now that we are done with introducing the game, I should have put something in my promo that sent you guys to that you could link to all their stuff. Usually I do that. I would have like a exclamation mark promo that listed all their details, like their Twitter, their Blue Sky, their Discord, and the game pages. But I just haven't thought about it this time. But we're going to be here for a while, so maybe I will find a space to do that at some point. The difficult thing with these is that there's so much talking. I'm hoping that the audio levels are okay, though. Oh! That was the same brain cell moment. Okay. And how is that better? Better? Okay. I have had this song in my head for months. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. This way to Willowmist. Look at how detailed the backgrounds on this are, though. Like, these backgrounds are done by Sade, who's also my background artist on Moonflower. It's so nice, isn't it? I plan on covering this at some point. I have actually been working on one. There's so many things I want to do, though. I love this train. Choo-choo. Please select a game difficulty. Cozy and normal do not feature game overs for being unable to pay your bills, but hard mode does. Yeah. I just think it's amazing what they're able to do. Like, I look at their programming. We're going to go normal for the stream. But I would personally probably play on cozy. I don't think there's any game overs in the demo anyway, but here we go. To my dearest Sprout. Sprout hardly seems like a fitting nickname anymore, does it? By now, you must be towering over your mother. She always was a short little thing. Don't tell her I called her that, okay? I fear it would make our relationship even worse than it is now, if that's even possible. I digress. My dearest Sprout, it has been far too long since I last saw you. Still, I picture in my mind a toddler with a mess of orange hair who insisted on wearing their rain boots on the sunniest of days. Who would remove their smock lest they get paint on it? Who would turn their nose up at chocolate but sneak carrots from the fridge when no one was looking? You always have had your own way of doing things, my dear. That is precisely why I am entrusting you with my greatest treasure, my antique store. Well, for the next 3 months, Anyhow, after a lifetime of living in the city, a bit of country air ought to do you well. Willowmist is special to me, and I think soon enough, it will be special to you too. It has its quirks, which I'm sure you'll realize quickly, but it has a way of growing on you. Or perhaps it's the other way round, like a parasite or maybe a fungus. Either way, I suggest you'll fit in just fine. I am only sorry I cannot be there to greet you. Responsibilities pull me away from Willowmist, but you don't have to worry about that. I'm sure you'll hear enough rumors about where I've gone to satisfy your curiosity. Trust me, whatever they say will be nowhere near as interesting as the truth. To find the store, take a left from the train station, then a right when you notice the breeze pick up. Then turn around and walk backwards for 7 steps, close your eyes, and turn around again. You'll find it soon enough. What are these fuck-ass instructions? I have an employee there waiting for you. I'm like, they lost me at left and then right, but the rest of it, I was like, wait a minute, what? I have an employee there waiting for you. He's not the easiest to get along with, but I doubt anyone could resist your charm. Much like your aunt in that respect. Take care of the store, Sprout. Sprout is also the cutest nickname, by the way. Take care of yourself. And for heaven's sake, don't try to sell the vase. Vase? Vase? What do I actually say? Vase? Why did I say vase? Don't try to sell the vase with the bird. Oh, now I don't know. Even the words are weird. You overthink how you actually pronounce something and suddenly it doesn't sound like a real word at all. It's cursed. With all my love and faith in you, Aunt Sylvie. P.S. If you find Florian napping on the job, make sure to tuck him in. He doesn't get enough sleep, that boy. Wow. Florian. Everyone's so in love with Florian so far. Probably you see him most, but like from the very beginning, it's just like, want that vampire. Got his little teethy, and he's grumpy, and who could resist that? The one who is that Eden? You felt a buzz from your pocket, the familiar sensation of a worried mother. The train continued shuddering along on its track in an almost comfortable way. Darling, won't you reconsider? It's such a big move. You've always lived nearby. You won't know anyone, so if anything goes wrong, why not stay home? I'm already there, Mum. I really like the UI. It's super pretty. And there's 2 versions of it too. Like there's like a day and a night version. This is, I believe, the night version. It is so nice. Alright, I'll make them turn the train around. Operation take over the train and force them to turn around. I think it might cause some trouble for the train behind us though. I just don't understand why you left so suddenly. Aunt Sylvie needs someone to watch the shop, you know that. I'm sure she has friends there. She also has family, you know. Won't you reconsider? Okay, Mum's kind of annoying me. Sorry, Mum. I love you, but I'm looking forward to a few months away from home. New people, fresh air, and a real job. You've never even worked at a store before, let alone run one. That is a good point, I must admit. Aunt Sylvie says someone will be there to help out. It's an antique store in a tiny town in the middle of nowhere. I don't think it will be particularly busy. I swear you got your stubborn streak straight from my sister. Okay, baby, just stay safe, okay? Don't walk alone don't walk about alone at night. Make sure to lock the doors and call me if anything happens. Damn, there goes my plans. Damn it. There goes my plans for bumping into the new love of my life on a dark, mysterious street after leaving my door unlocked. Not funny. Not even a smile. No! Train's about to pull up. I'll text you later. No, strangers are fine. Just don't leave your doors open. Okay, I love you. Love you. Love you too. Immediately what sticks out is that this protagonist has parents, or at least a parent.
Listen to the voices of the folks that came before. They tell me of the choices and the tasks I have in store.
And now we have a pretty animation.
Has a tale. Every person has a story that is waiting to unveil. Something in me feels aware that there's this untold magic in the air. I can't shake off this feeling of sweet mystery. Like all the snowy mountaintops were made alike for me. Every bone in my being.
It's just so pretty. The song though, I've had this song in my... Every time it goes away, I hear something about the demo again or see it, and I'm like... I am not sure about that. It'll be interesting to find out. It could just be like a matriarchal, like a matriarchal family tradition, or it could be something like maybe there's something special about Sage themselves, and that's why their mother's so protective. Although it did let us go, so yeah, it'll be interesting to find out. I really do like the name Marigold though. Like Sage Marigold is such a gorgeous name. So you can... There is some customization to this. You can choose like type 1, which is the female, or the femme, type 2, which is the mask. I think they're both super cute. I love this little flower shirt that type 2 has. He's so cute. The the female body type reminds me a lot of one of the developers. She has the most gorgeous orange hair, and I'm very jealous of it. So you can choose you can choose pronouns, and you can also set customs, your honorifics, and custom. You can also set the name. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's just so curly, and I like a style too. You can change the name. A lot of people have gotten stuck, I've seen, with actually changing the name, but it's pre-selected. So from this screen, all you have to do is type. No, I can't do that. We're going to stick with Sage just because I really like it, and it freaks me out when I see or have to read my own name in things. I've never been able to put myself into things. It's just, I don't even like hearing my name on, like my real name on like TV shows and stuff like that. And I'm like, nope, don't like that. So yeah, there's some customization to this. But Sage is a much more set character than you'd get in like A Date with Death, but much more fluid of a character than you'd get in any of the other like 6-7 titles that they have. Okay, so we're just gonna stick with the defaults here. We're gonna go with the femme. Stick with Sage. And I think that's everything on. Ooh. You can't see it because of my model, but on the phone here, there's actually, let me min this for a bit. There's like, you can switch between like the buttons on the phone here, but if you actually click I didn't know it would do anything. You can take a screenshot by clicking the camera. That's cool. So that'll save all your details there. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize it would actually do anything. I think that's cool. If you have taken screenshots in a Empire game, they will be saved to your game folder. So if you're playing off itch.io, it's wherever you saved the game. You just have to open the game folder and they'll be in that first level. If you're playing on Steam, you can go to your library page for the game, hit the cog, go to... Oh, I should know it off by heart by now, but... Excuse me, thank you. Hit the cog, go to manage, browse local files, and that will bring up wherever you have the game saved, and all your screenshots will be there. The air was chilly as you stepped out of your train and onto the platform, if you could even call it that. It seemed more like a graveyard than any of the train platforms you'd ever frequented back in the city. No matter the hour, they would be completely packed with people coming and going, rushing for reasons you could never quite understand. For reasons they may never understand either. This platform was completely empty. No one waited to get on, and you were the only person who got off. Where the chatter would usually greet you, all you could hear on this platform in the middle of the countryside was the sound of the wind rustling the trees and the chirping of crickets hidden amongst the weeds. Back. Welcome to your new home, Sage. Home home sweet home or something. It really is so quiet. Does anyone remember the instructions of how to get there? I don't. Left at the train station, right at the breeze, and then I don't know. Something, walk backwards. Gathering up your belongings, which you only brought a few of, you quickly found your aunt's letter once again. Oh, there we go. It sounds like removing a curse. Left from the station, then right when the wind picks up. I'm not sure what the weather has to do with it. Well, it's supposed to be a pretty small town. I'm sure I'll find it. This is so pretty. Look at this. Ugh. I really, really love the panning that that they do in this and Date with Death. It legitimately makes me want to upgrade the version of Ren'Py I'm using. The in-between was built in Ren'Py 7, but there's a Ren'Py 8 now, which is what this works on, and there's just so many things that it's added, and with the new action editor that's just so fluid, and I really want to switch, but there's a lot of game to convert over if I do something like that. Wow. From the way your aunt had described, the quaint countryside town of Willowmist, you had expected 2 shacks and a farm if you were lucky. I use panning a lot because I have such huge chunks of dialogue that I want something to actually be going on in the background, although I'm frequently told that it triggers motion sickness. So while it's as I want it to be, it may need to be something that I actually look into slowing it down or something. The problem is the slower it gets, the more likely it is to start jittering. And I don't want to get rid of it because that's how I want it to be. So there's going to be something that I need to look into how to fix the jittering so we can slow it down a little bit more. Yeah, except Wait. Are they the ads that completely take over? Or are they ones that go like up the top of the chat? I saw ones that go at the top before and I was like, ooh, I've never seen that before. Oh, they're so long. Instead, upon taking a left, when you exited the station, you found yourself in a town centre that was significantly more vast than you first imagined. You smiled as you pulled your suitcase up a small flight of stairs, eyes searching around the beautiful facade and rural landscape. Music drifted out from somewhere unseen. It... Ooh, that's interesting. It says the ad break is still going. Released early. It seemed almost like the sound of change, of newfound freedom. So to your point of feature that you could turn off, I'm sure there's a way, but if you turn off one kind of transition, it turns off everything. So you can skip transitions, but I have it turned off because it just destroys everything. A few people passed you as you continued onwards, though for the most part, you had the street to yourself. Even that was strangely foreign to you. Where you grew up, there were always people around, no matter the hour. You took a deep breath into your lungs. The air was cool and fresh. The scent of flowers drifted towards you as the wind picked up, changing course. So, right now? Something else that they're doing with this is that they're doing the sprite activation. So when the character talks, they'll start to highlight. You glanced to the right and found a street there that ran away from the center of town. What did you write? Turn around and walk backwards for 7 steps, then close my eyes, then turn around again? She could have just sent me the address. With a half chuckle, half sigh, you turned around and began walking backwards. It could be something that's actually easy and I just don't know how to do, but I've never seen anything that can skip only one kind of transition. Walking backwards, hoping you wouldn't crash into anyone, though... It's whimsy! Hoping you won't crash into anyone, though the chances of that seemed slim at that time of night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Slowly you closed your eyes, removing sight from the equation, then spun back around and opened them up again, and opened them back up. And sitting before you was a quaint little store with green paneling and a sloped roof, a metal sign hanging above the door. It read, "The Willowmist Emporium of Antiques and Curiosities." There you are. I've been looking for you. She probably didn't even have to do this. It was just the aunt being funny. See if she had enough whimsy in her to do it. Seems like the kind of... Sorry, I just saw something in the 2.5 server. If you don't know, we've been working on getting the voice acting done for A Date with Death, and you can play Casper's lines in beta at the moment, and I've been deeply enjoying people doing the bad endings. Ending 7 in particular from Beyond the Bet. It's rough, man. I'm not gonna lie. Jonah Scott, the voice actor for Casper, and Leos, if you're a TDS fan. The voice beta for... Yeah, but patrons can play through the... I don't know if there was an announcement for it or not, but yeah, on the Patreon right now for certain tiers, there's you can preview the voice lines for Casper. Well, some of them anyway. There's still some things we need to do, but came out Christmas Eve, I think. But yeah, it's been fun watching people get to. Yeah, that happens a lot. Some things I know, and then I don't remember what I know and what everyone else knows. And then I don't remember what I know, what's on Patreon, and what everyone else knows. No, it's no. If you're in the Discord, then it's something that people know anyway. So yeah, I don't know if there was an announcement though. I can't remember. There's too many things go on. But yeah, if it's a good reason to go and support them on Patreon. The Patreon for any developer, myself included. Patreon is pretty much what keeps us going. But yeah. Surprise? But yeah, people are getting to experience the devastation that is the bad endings voiced. And that is joyful fun for me. It made me cry editing it. So I enjoy spreading that devastation to others. I've been taunting people, like, before it was released, like even before we had it recorded. Like, if you've played TDS, you know what a bad ending is like. He's incredible at just stabbing you in the heart. The Leos bad ending for the Divine Speaker made me cry while we were recording it, while we were editing it, or while I was editing it, and then again while I was testing it. So if you've played the Leos bad ending of the Divine Speaker, you will have some idea of how much this will hurt you. They're short, but they pack a punch. The neurons activated. But yeah, it's one of the biggest drawbacks of voice acting is how long it takes. It takes forever to record, it takes forever to edit, it takes forever to test. But the final product is worth it, I hope. I think it will be. I can't imagine anyone more perfect for Casper anyway. Especially seeing as Casper is slightly based on Leos, so. Depends. I usually have hours and hours of recording. There's lots of different ways to do sessions though. You're even prettier than my aunt said. You reached down and searched under the doormat and quickly found the key that your aunt left for you. Its brass surface was marked with blemishes that all seemed to say how well loved this building was. The key turned in the lock soundlessly as you pushed the door open. These backgrounds, though, like, there is so much work that has gone into these backgrounds. Like, they're intricate. This one, I want to zoom in and look at all the things. Where is this vase that's cursed? I want to see the cursed vase. Tables upon tables of antiques and knickknacks greeted you. A dozen different lampshades and chandeliers hung from the ceiling, lighting up the space. Wow. She sure has put together an interesting collection. I really like antiquing. I'm sure that there is going to be a thing about, see, I actually don't know, like, game-wise, what's going on in this. Have no idea what's going on, and I do these, like, there's still a few that I haven't actually played yet. Like, I still need to play Dreambound, because I've been saving them so that I can play them on stream. It's my little way that I get to game and not feel guilty about it, because I can treat it like work, even though I'm just having fun playing games with you guys. So yeah, I have no idea what's actually going on, but I'm sure that specifically mentioning that, there's going to be a meaning behind it, or something that's going to pop up later. Maybe it's a bad end, or there's if you've played A Date with Death, have you seen the ads for Willowmist? One of them is the axolotl that makes you bald. Never said what kind of curse it was. Is collection the right word? It's a bit too chaotic for that. Potted plants dotted the room, bringing a bit of life to the otherwise still space. Carefully, you put your luggage to the side, cautious of knocking over anything and causing what would be the worst game of dominoes ever. See, this is my problem with places like this. I am absolutely terrified that I'm going to knock something over. They're often too busy. One of my characters from the in-between, Leon, his, like, you know, big hobby is antiquing though. Like, I quite enjoy antiquing as a concept. It's just, you can find some really, really cool stuff, and hopefully none of it's haunted or cursed. Unless you're into that kind of thing. I mean, maybe you want to be haunted. Did they ever find Annabelle, speaking of haunted? Because Annabelle went missing. And I don't remember if I've heard anything about her being found. And then you walk through the aisles. If they could be called that. Maybe it depends on the haunting. And inspected the store. Maybe it's a nice hot ghost. You'd never visited Willowmist before, nor seen any photos of it. So how do people find the store to buy things? Like, do the customers have to do that too? Or Leon disagrees. I like the ad that I put in A Date with Death for the in-between with Solace. The do not click this image or he will appear in your room at 3 a.m. Like, I'm smashing that click button. Yet somehow you felt a strange sense of familiarity. It made you feel at ease, despite being far away from your home for the first time in your life. You dropped everything to come here. You quit your casual job. They were hardly giving you any hours anyway. Only a week ago. You didn't renew your lease. Fortunately, the timing worked out well, since it was coming to an end regardless. Friends back home only found out about your temporary move a few days before your train left. Honestly though, you weren't that close to anyone. It always felt like the friends you kept around you had other friends they would have preferred spending time with. That seemed to happen as you got older. The natural drifting apart of people you once clung to like your life depended on it. You needed change. That's a bit depressing. And yet, very relatable. I mean, if their lease was coming to an end anyway, you wouldn't want to be spending rent in a city for 3 months when you weren't there. Will you earn enough money to be able to pay? Would you have earned enough money to actually be able to pay that rent? Would your aunt pay the rent for you if you hadn't? Doesn't sound like it. I don't think Sage is intending on leaving, though. And, quite frankly, that apartment building must have seemed pretty haunted, because there's little hints through it in this throughout, but A Date with Death and Willowmist are actually connected. So Sage used to live in the same apartment as Sunshine. There's a letter that you get in Beyond the Bet on one of the final days from like a neighbor in the building saying that she was leaving to go to Willowmist. Well, they will, because you can customize, so saying that they were leaving to go to Willowmist. And frankly, that building's kind of fucked up. Thanks, Casper. The elevators at least don't work. So there's some interesting little connections. I don't think it'll connect over much, like probably just some like little, commentary here and there, but it's a fun little thing to be able to connect. I try and connect everything that I make in like very small, like referencey ways. So technically, like Heart Agency and the In-Between are in the same world. Moonflower is not, but I've got the spirit world that can connect through things like that as well. Or connected it in different ways. Yeah. Yeah, she's moved from a building full of Reapers to a weird-ass antique store. I think she's perfect for the job. At least Casper's attempts on you never actually hurt anyone else. So here you were, in the middle of the countryside town of Willowmist, surrounded by rolling hills and mountain ranges like you'd never seen before. If... Oh! Jesus Christ! Oh, that's one way to... He's so pretty. Look at him. I love his cute little vest. Actually, what Florian is wearing looks a lot like one of the outfits you can wear as Sunshine in the character creator. Just different colors. I like that he wears what does he wear an apron for? What's the apron for, buddy? I like his little moles. They're so cute. Yeah. Who the... Whatever the man was carrying in a box a moment ago was now sprawled out over the floor, dropped in surprise. Well, at least it wasn't breakable. Yeah, probably. With mouth agape, he stared at you, still grasping for words. Listen, if you wanted to rob the store, you could have done it before I got here. He's wearing an apron. What kind of thief wears an apron? With a little flower on it at that. Common courtesy and all that. If I was going to rob a store, it wouldn't be this dumb. Look at that face. Oh, we're gonna get you, Florian. We're gonna get you. Hey, my aunt probably put a lot of work into this dump. Wait, forget about that. Why would I be the one robbing the store? I was here first. If anyone was going to be robbing it, it'd be you. Oh, look at him. Oh, I want to annoy him so badly. Yes, he has bully me all over him. I didn't see you when I came in. I was in the storeroom. Can you prove it? Why should I be the one to prove it? You're the one who just waltzed in here. The man sighed the most tired, exasperated sigh you'd ever heard. And the eye bags under his eyes seemed to give away who he was. All right. You're Florian, aren't you? Unfortunately. And you must be Sage. The last time I checked, yeah. Why are you here so late? It was the only train coming into town today. Didn't my aunt tell you I was coming? The same way she tells me anything. Vaguely. I didn't even know what you looked like. You only gave me a heart attack. Then we're even. God, you're exactly like your aunt. Great. He looks so sad. I'll take that as a compliment. You shouldn't. Oh, there's little pingy noises. I didn't notice that before. Bing. What are you doing here so late, by the way? What? Don't get along with the boss? You make it sound like you're not particularly fond of your boss. It's not like that. She's great and terrible. The noisiest woman I've ever met. Also the best one. But that's beside the point. She seems fun. Full of whimsy. Did she at least tell you about the living accommodations? Nope. She doesn't really give details, as I'm quickly becoming aware of. No shit. She really just left all this crap to me. They ought to quit. That'd teach her. But what would I do without you? We don't know each other. And we're not friends. You'd be fine. He looks like he's about to ascend to another plane. Then how about we be friends? I'm good. You can sleep upstairs, but it's a mess. Sylvie isn't known for her neatness. A mess is fine. I'm sure I'll fit right in. Whatever. Get some sleep, or don't. I'll be working for a bit longer. Do you need some help? From someone who looks like they don't know the side of a mop, which side of the mop to hold? Nah. Is that how people make friends? Just meet someone and decide that yes, this person. That's how I've made all my friends. Maybe it's the socially awkward ADHD though. I just kind of get assimilated by more confident people. It's the side with the sponge, right? I'm kidding. It's a joke. I know how to use a mop. That's what Mads did to me. I don't think so. The Fall Right Into Place, that's an original song written specifically for the game, but I think everything else similar to what they've done with Date with Death is like licensed music. I'm not sure where it comes from or who it is. I'm sure it's in the credits, but yeah, I think they're probably things that you can find around. A lot of what we use comes from like Japanese sites, so it can be a bit harder to track down. A lot of the things you can still stream even when it's got like other things in it. You might just get muted if the rights holders don't want them used, and it depends on the platform as well. Twitch will just mute you unless you get a copyright strike. YouTube will interfere with monetization. Not that I have that. You've probably been traveling all day. Just sleep. I wonder, did it say how long it actually took to get here? You almost sound like you care. I don't. I guess Sylvie didn't tell you anything about actually running the store either. Nope. She said you'd teach me. Let me start up. Do I have... While we are in an ad break, I will go to stream elements and add in a little... Where's my chatbot? There. Is there a 2.5 C's link tree? Let's see. Is there? Yeah, there is. Nice. Let's do that one then. Hey, I am just taking advantage of the ad to do my little developer promo thing. I have found their link tree, and there we go. Let's see if this works. Yay! Ooh, the in-between's on there. Nice. Yeah. So, during that ad break, I just took the opportunity to do my little promo tag where I can link the developers things. It's very convenient when developers have link trees. I have one for my studio and one for my channel. I mean, you can everything in one place is just really nice, especially when like social media platforms themselves like to suppress links and things like that. It can be very hard to find anyone. Yeah. Not too bad, about 4 hours. Nope, she said you'd teach me. Like I'm some expert. I just wash the floors. Fine. I'll try to help tomorrow afternoon. Not in the morning? I don't do mornings. Mood. The worst part about time zones is that if I want to be able to hit both an American and a UK audience, I have to be streaming like really early AM. You know, I start at 9 AM for me, which is already much too early because I am a night owl, and it's not uncommon for me to be still awake at 4 AM or later. Earlier? So I'm constantly like trying to drag myself out of bed to to stream. Time zones suck. Gathering up your luggage, you stared up the staircase. Not going to offer to carry my bags up? Get some sleep soon, alright? Don't stick around too much longer, alright? Get some sleep. Yeah, sure. Without another glance in your direction, Florian collected his dropped box, then went back into the storage room. I'm glad there was nothing breakable in that box. I want to know what was in the box, though. What's in the box? Something interesting? One step at a time, you dragged your suitcase up the stairs and into your new home for the next 3 months. Your aunt's upstairs apartment felt almost like a continuation of downstairs, like a quilt still stitched together with mismatched memories. A half-read book with reading glasses resting atop the pages sat on the worn armchair. Did she leave the glasses behind? Tangled yarn, as soft as clouds, and as bright as spring blossoms spilled from the basket. The table was set and ready waiting for you, expecting your company. It almost felt like time was paused here, in a place where vintage clocks softly ticked in unison. Oh, that would drive me insane. I went to Japan earlier this year with the 2.5 Studios devs, and I bought, you know, those the little cats with the wavy arm? I bought one of those, and I bought one that has like this almost like a bobblehead that like nods, and they don't operate in sync. So there's like this tick 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 that goes between them, and it is surprisingly loud. I had to I couldn't keep them in my room. They're also solar activated, so I don't get an actual sun through my room that would make them work. But they're on the kitchen window shelf, and they drive everyone insane. Tick 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 tick. Mismatched mugs rested in cozy clusters, and the air smelled ever so faintly of lavender and old books. I like the smell of old books. I really like books. Collecting books and reading books are completely different hobbies. I would really, really love a home library one day, although I struggle with actually reading books because of my depth perception. I always say that it's almost like being dyslexic, but it's more my visual alignment. Some days it's better than others. Visual novels is something that actually help me a lot with that. It lets me experience stories a lot easier than actually trying to read a book with lots of words on a page and in smaller font. And yet I don't love Kindles. They're growing on me though. They are a lot better. The way my vision works. So I tend to not be able to read I tend to not be able to see things on a straight line. So I struggle a lot with knowing what line is what. So if you notice how a lot of the time how I read, I'm dragging the mouse underneath what I'm reading a lot, because that helps me actually keep to the same, to the proper line that I'm reading on. I also have a thing where a word will kind of start in the middle and then flip outwards, almost like a book. Which is one of the reasons why I'm a terrible speller, because I can't tell what order something is in. So things like visual novels that have smaller clusters of texts and larger font sizes are really helpful to me, although I hate dyslexic font. Because it... Hey, Pigeon. Dyslexia is typically reading things backwards. I'm worse with numbers, but it's not necessarily it doesn't act the same way as being actually dyslexic, because I can it's the way that my vision works. Sometimes, yeah. It's definitely the easiest and most understandable way to describe how my reading works, though. I'm completely done with numbers, though. I can't with numbers, which is terribly unfortunate for me. My uncle's also dyslexic. I think we're the only... My cousin might be a little bit, I'm not sure. Yeah, there seems to be a couple of people in my family who's a little bit challenged that way. But yeah, I can't with numbers at all, but I can never remember what it's called. When I'm writing, my screen, like my, I have my pages set to like a light gray because I find it easier because I'm also very light sensitive after having LASIK surgery years ago. So usually I have blue light filters on my screen, and if I can help it, nothing is actually white because it hurts my eyes too much and I find it harder to read things. I'm also the kind of person who misuses bold because that's also easier to read. Yeah. It's also one of the things that you'll find a lot with ADHD. Same with hypermobility. Yay! Neurospiciness. Yeah. Sadly, Australia, with our hole in the ozone. Yeah, I have to wear sunglasses even to go out to the clothesline kind of thing. Like it doesn't help that I am always inside on a computer. But yeah. I don't want to touch grass, and I don't like bright light. I'm actually kind of allergic to grass, which I discovered because I always thought I was allergic to, well, not allergic, hypersensitive. I always thought I had some sort of allergy to our horses because I would get really itchy when they'd lick me, but I think it's actually like a grass allergy. I actually really mean, it gets a bit much when it's like constant, but that kind of like grey, stormy weather is actually my favorite. I find it so relaxing and comforting. It's sleepy weather. We're in summer at the moment, and surprisingly, it's actually like it's only 20 degrees at the moment, which is 20 Celsius, which is shocking for summer here. Usually, like just a couple of weeks ago, we were in, like it reached 43 degrees in our house. The air conditioners struggle. I bought a little portable air conditioner this year just because it is so impossible to exist with the heat. It's been quite nice this week though. Usually Christmas is utterly miserable for us, but this year it was for different reasons. Where was I up to? And that... Yeah, I think people always make fun of UK heat waves, but when you're not used to a certain kind of weather, it is awful. Even when you are used to a certain kind of weather, it's still awful. But like, I would never survive like a UK winter. They seem so cold. I've never seen snow before. So like, something that would still be considered like, oh, this is, you know, regular and uninteresting of a winter to someone, I would die. And it's the same kind of thing with heat. Like if you're not used to heat, and there's different kinds of heat too. Like there's dry heats, there's humidity. Like sometimes it gets so humid that you can like drink the air. It's like you can feel your lungs filling with fluid every time you breathe. Dry heat is much easier. It's just hot. Yeah, humidity. I hate humidity. Ugh. It's that kind of weather that like you get out of the shower and you're already sweating. It's like it's just impossible to get dry in that kind of humidity. And that wasn't to mention the abundance of potted plants that filled the room. It was as if a forest had crept in and decided to stay. I wonder if they'll do a background for this. Because I want to see this. This is so pretty. Yeah, we have pretty high... I'm bordering between like beaches and national parks. So we get a lot of evaporation off the ocean. Yes. Yeah, my foundation shade is alabaster or porcelain. One of them actually just says pale. I'm like a high teens to like very low 20s kind of person. I like being able to wear like, you know, 3/4 sleeves. I would much rather go from like cold to warm because I find it impossible to go from hot to cool. But my grandfather's the opposite. Like I run very hot and he's like a lizard. He needs to be under a heat lamp at all times. So like there is no crossover in our ideal heat. By the time he's like, this is a perfect, I'm already too hot. 4 degrees. Ooh, that's a bit. See, that is like deep winter for us. Although it would be winter for you over there, wouldn't it? But our winters aren't, they're cold for us because we're used to like high 30s. So like, you know, 4 degrees is a bit brisk. But there are places that get colder. Like it was snowing in Tasmania for Christmas, which is bizarre. It's summer. I would love to do a white Christmas one year. It just seems so magical. Ooh, minus temperatures is something I have really not much experience with. I think I've only been in, you know, for context, I'm 33 and I can only think of like 1 or 2 times in my entire life that I've really had anything to do with negative temperatures. Oops. Well, this is nice. I haven't even looked at the... This would have been... There is like a slight angle to these save spots. This would have been kind of a nightmare to actually program this. You can see there's like a slight slight edge, like jagged edge to the save picture on that one that isn't on this. So you can see there's like a little bit of rotation. I bet that annoys her so much. But this is just so cool though. Oh, there's no... Is there no autosave on this or quick save? This one you might need to be careful with and make sure you always save. Because while there should be a way to actually get to like quick saves and that with hotkeys, I don't know what they are. And that doesn't seem like, unless I'm completely missing it. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be like an actual accessible autosave menu. Typically, Ren'Py will autosave when... Oh, that's really cool. I love how they've done the menus. You can do open dyslexic font in this one. I don't like it though. It's also pretty. There's a lot that they've done with this that's just slightly different to what, like, options are usually available. Every time they make a new game, they just completely exceed what they've done the previous time, and it's incredible. They truly are my idols of when it comes to making games. At least for visual novels and things like that. Like, the things that they can do, I don't even know exist. I really think that this is what these two were made to do. It was as if a forest had crept in and decided to stay. I really want to see this background. Wait, we are in a new background. When did that happen? When did that background come here? I completely missed that transition. What the? You know, wondering if they're doing the background for it and it's already there. I'm an idiot. How did I not notice? I was too busy yapping. You placed down your bags and grinned like a child who had just found a new secret hiding spot. The weight of the world and all of your previous worries seemed to melt away. Even just a little bit. This was going to be a fun 3 months, you could already tell. Unpacking could wait for tomorrow. For now, you unzipped your suitcase and pulled out your pajamas. It's literally saying, I wonder if they'll do a background, and they've got one! Occasionally they'll watch my streams and I'll get like DMs from them like, you missed this. Okay. Thank you. They saved me with the start again. I wrote down the numbers in the wrong order. Right numbers, wrong order. And I get this message and they're like, you got that wrong. And I was like, fuck. That would have been awkward later on. Alright, Kofi, go away. No one cares. I really need to extend, was it like every hour or something like that? Don't need that often. Or possibly at all. Unpacking could wait for tomorrow. Yeah, pulled out your pajamas, then got changed and settled into bed. The sheets were crisp and white, pillows fluffed, and the gentle atmosphere of Willowmist slowly began to help you drift off to sleep. I think how cluttered this room is. Yeah, there was a couple of things that I had to look up for start again because you had to like there was like word puzzles and things like that, and I'm like, no. I couldn't even begin. Maybe I could have worked it out if I was playing on my own, but like on a stream, there's only a certain point that you can fail at something before people start to get mad at you. And that happens very quickly. Especially when it's something that's so obvious to other people and my mind just doesn't click with it. And like word games where like you have to like, you know, pick out letters to make a word for like a password, or you have to actually think of a word. Suddenly I don't know any words. So I did did try and like figure out what some of those puzzles were, but really, like, I had a guide open beside me, and I, like, if it didn't really click with me, like, you know, that, like, quickly, I was just like, no, I'm just gonna look up what it is. I am definitely someone who maximizes my playthroughs by just looking things up or using cheats or mods. I don't really care. Game however you want to and however you find enjoyable. I think something like living in an antique store, if you had the kind of brain that I do, you'd be seeing ghosts everywhere. Like, I have a very active imagination that likes to come to me when I should be winding down. And a disaster brain. Everything gets more interesting in the dark. When we were in Kyoto this year. Yeah. This is why I could never play a Souls game. Like, I really want to play Souls-like. Like, you know, like, I'd really like to try out Elden Ring, but I know for a fact that they're too much for me. I don't enjoy when games like super challenge me or are so hard that they make me want to cry. So there are people who like that and seek that out, and I am really happy that those things exist for them. But I also really, really appreciate it when games have either like easy modes or like I'm just gonna, you know, brute force it into into being my own play style. I think games are unique. Yes. And even then, sometimes I can struggle because I don't have the way that my brain works, I often can't focus on anything. I'm like the opposite of a cat. If it moves, I can't see it. Which is why I don't drive, because I can't focus on anything that's in motion. It's almost like my brain has bad ping. It just takes too long to like to do the buffering and the processing that it. I really want to play that. I'm not the biggest fan of. Oh, we're in an outbreak again. Audience stolen. Okay. I don't even remember what I was saying anymore. Thanks, ads. As you lay there, surrounded by the scent of linen not your own, you swore for a moment you could feel someone watching you. Yeah, that would be me. You have the Prime, so you wouldn't be getting the ads. We're back. Woohoo! yeah, there would be so much around that I'd be like, there's too much here. And everything would give me vibes about something. Yeah, thank you for the Prime sub, by the way. Yeah, the Prime subs are like virtually the same as doing the tier 1 Twitch subs, which means you get ad-free viewing, and it comes free. Like, you get one free of those with your Prime subscription that you can subscribe to. You can change it every month if you want to whoever you're watching at the time. But yeah, they're really useful, and I appreciate being given them. Where was I? But when you, yeah, I have no, I don't remember what I was saying before the ad started. But then, I appreciate that. But then you fell into a deep sleep none the wiser. Who is watching us? Florian? Florian, are you watching us sleep? There is an open window there. This is cool. There's lots of debate about the timeline here, because if this starts on the 1st, it's like November or something like that. I don't know whether it's just a mechanic thing. Now we have that. This background is just, I actually don't think I've seen this background before. This is so pretty though. Like, Sade has done such an incredible job. I would absolutely die over those tools just in the middle of the room. I want to zoom in and look at the pictures, and the biggest problem with like visual novels is that they give me such interest in the backgrounds. I want to look at stuff. Like, they even like this, like, shadow, that's the word I'm looking for. My brain is completely short-circuited on the word shadow. From like the window on the TV cabinet. That's just so cool. I love the back, like, I love the style that she's done here as well. Sade is so versatile. Like, this is, like, I wouldn't say that this is like a regular style for her. It's a lot more stylized, and it's so pretty. She is incredible. And if you see Sade around Twitter or the 2.5 Discord, you should totally tell her that she's incredible, because she is. I'm hoping to get another background from her for the Moonflower DLC, because I can't be trusted with my outlining, and I have already immediately outlined myself to needing more backgrounds. Oopsies. I think it's only one though. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see if Dusk, who's my new writer for the DLC, we'll see if she's as trustworthy as I am when it comes to backgrounds, or if she'll write herself into something else. When your eyes fluttered open the next morning, a small amount of panic settled in your stomach. This wasn't your apartment. I hate that feeling. Oh, that's cute. I really like getting like the base sprites with like the clothing layer separate, so that you can then like actually change the outfits without needing to change the body of the sprite. It's amazing what you encounter needing. Like, you write and then you're like, shit, now I need assets for this. I think they're so cute. Look at them. Purple looks good on stage. Right. Willowmist, aunt's place. Not back home anymore. That'll probably take a bit of getting used to. You looked out the window where you could see the sunlight cascading in from between the outstretched arms of the trees. Oh, what? The male body has red panda pajamas? That's cute. I love red pandas. I'm obsessed with cats, red pandas, and foxes. We actually have a fox in our backyard at the moment. Like, not right now. It's like 11 in the morning. But like, I got a photo of it. I got a photo of her last night. She's so cute. I've never actually seen a fox in real life before. Skinny thing with a fluffy tail. She's so pretty. We think it's a female because we can't smell her. Usually we know when we have a fox because they absolutely stink. Like, you can smell a fox in the neighborhood. You generally don't see them though. But we can't smell this one, which is apparently a sign of it being a female. But yeah, I love foxes and I've never actually seen one. They're terrible for the local wildlife. I don't actually know what to do about if you have a fox. We're really hoping that, you know, all our birds and everything are going to be okay, but because we've got a lot of wild birds. I mean, a magpie comes inside, like, he's, you know, pet-like. Except he won't let us touch him, which is rude. It's not good. I made that same "what does the fox say" joke to my mum the other day, and I was like, I know what the fox looks like now, but what does it sound like? And then, because we share the same brain cell, we both started doing the fucking dumbass random calls from the song. Hattie, hattie, hattie ho. Yeah, they were brought over by the British when they colonized, so they could still do their fox hunts. Yeah. I love that song. It's so funny. Apparently, we have a lot of camels here too for the same, like, because of the British. The goddamn British. And actually more sheep than New Zealand, apparently. Not that I've counted. I love hedgehogs so much. When we went to Japan, we went to a hedgehog cafe, and that was the first time I've ever seen a hedgehog because they are not allowed here. Like, we don't have hedgehogs in Australia, and I absolutely adore them. They are so cute. A lot, actually. And a lot of them did terrible things to the environment, or they hunted the natives. Like, if you've ever heard of the Tasmanian tiger, that was hunted to extinction. I can never pronounce the actual, like, name of it. Let's see, what is it? The thylacine? We don't really have many, like, Australia has a reputation for having a lot of, like, for being so dangerous with our wildlife, but we don't really have many, like, straight up predators here. We've got dingoes, which is just a dog. I mean, it's a cool native dog, but it's a dog. And other than that, it's mostly just really deadly small things like spiders, scorpions, snakes. Some of the plants are deadly. And then we've got like the waters. So we've got lots of sharks, crocodiles. But like yeah, I mean, kangaroos can fuck you up. They're even cassowaries are actual dinosaurs, and you will never convince me otherwise. But like predator-wise, like we've got a lot of dangerous things, but like predator-wise, we don't really have anything like that. Pretty much most of our animals can like stand up for themselves. But I mean, even koalas are real. Like if a koala gets you, like those claws are powerful. They're also really, really stupid. A koala has a completely smooth brain. There are 0 wrinkles there, to the point where zoos have to keep their food on the branches, because if you just give them the leaves, they don't know what it is. And eucalyptus is toxic. And they don't, like, they get all of their nutrients from a plant that doesn't really have any nutrients in it. But yeah, like America, they've got wolves, they've got bears, they've got like dangerous, like, you know, like mountain lions and things like that. And it's like, that just baffles me that, like, you know, a suburban place can be like, oh, we've got a mountain lion. It's like, what? Because, yeah, we have to worry about, you know, small things in the brush, not, you know, bears. I'm never going to run into a crocodile, but I love raccoons. Like, we also don't have things like rabies here, so that's also not something we really have to worry about. We have very, very strict biosecurity because of it as well. Like, there's so much that we don't have here, even with everything that has been introduced, that, like, some of the things that, like, other places have to worry about, we're just like, whoa, that's wild. That seems so dangerous. Like, it's interesting how perspectives shift. Yeah, they can... I mean, yeah, badgers. But are they honey badgers? I love the honey badger. They are so funny. Badgers are interesting. They're almost like, badgers give me kind of wombat vibes. Like the kind of, you know, like the big black and white badgers. I don't know what kind of badgers they are. Whether it's just the badger or whether it has, like, you know, a greater badger or something like that. Cane toad, someone mentioned, who mentioned cane toads earlier? Cane toads are disgusting. Cane toads were brought in to protect the sugarcane, and they are an even bigger plague than what they were brought in to protect against. They are foul and they're really hard to get rid of. They are an absolute plague upon Queensland. Man. I think if a honey badger was that big, they'd just rule the world. Yeah. I mean, even our koalas are on the verge of extinction. Like, their habitat is being constantly destroyed, and they only live on certain kinds of the, certain kinds of the eucalyptus trees as well, which aren't all that common of a type. They're I don't know what purpose the koala serves in like the ecosystem, and I don't know how they've survived this long, but they are the dumbest, most useless creature, and I love them. I'm sorry, Australia does have predators. We've got the drop bear. That's what you've got to watch out for most. Not the spiders, it's the drop bears. You look out the window where you could see sunlight cascading in from between the outstretched arms of trees. Something that I've just noticed is that this is written in, what is it? Is it second person where it uses you? I don't think I've really encountered all that many games that actually do use second person. It would be an interesting writing experience. I always write in like third person and then like... I'm very easily distracted, okay? It still looked to be early, which was good. You wanted a chance to look around the store before Florian got back. Maybe you'd even be able to impress him. Oh, that seems quite difficult. That seemed like a big maybe. You weren't sure, but he seemed like he seemed like the difficult to impress type of guy. We'll get him. We'll get him. He won't be able to resist us. Well, you did like a challenge. You quickly dressed, then raided the kitchen for breakfast, which you found half stocked with food. Your aunt left some fresh vegetables and fruits, and a few microwavable meals. They'd have to do for now. You'd find the grocery store another day. Hopefully. With a pear half-eaten in your hand, you made your way back downstairs. I really love the kind of gremlin-coded main character. Like, it's definitely not for everyone, but that's all I want to do. Like when I am a main character of something. Like when I'm a main character of something. When I'm like controlling the MC, I just want to bully the love interests. Especially seeing as like, I feel like that's such a like an Australian human as well. Australian humor as well. Like we tease and we affectionately bully. When we're very kind, like we can be very kind of like, you know, we can be very, very familiar with people too soon. And one thing that I yeah. There is a temptation to make a like some sort of small like little jam game about my bard. I'm really itching to to do some little redesigns on her with like her outfit and like hairstyle and stuff like that. Not too much, but like I have a character design itch, and she's the victim that I want. It would be really cool to be able to make some kind of like, you know, little lore game or something for her. Be the literal main character. Yeah. It would also be cool to be able to like collaborate with things to actually be able to, you know, put little cameos and things. If I was completely 100% like not wanting to redesign her, I would definitely find ways to be able to put her in things. I need to have her design like completely set though. But I don't want to change her too much because I don't want to be able to, you know, like not use her again. I do love my bard. Yeah, one thing that I really love about going back to the Gremlin thing, 2.5 Studios games, is that we have the same humor. So like, just the way that they write, it just scratches like that absolute gremlin part of my brain that is just like, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Which is part of what won me over with A Date with Death as a chat sim. Also partly like, you know, the story, and I really, really like the UI for it. I get overwhelmed by chat sim UIs very, very easily. But like, I mean, for the in-between, Gabby was helping me write it originally, and she was doing some editing on my common route and stuff like that as well to help out. When I until I was able to get like, you know, actual writing assistance in Joy and editing in with Newbie, and now Dusk is helping with Moonflower as well. So like now that I've like, you know, taken a bit of pressure off her with helping me do that, but like it's really easy to get like, you know, when you've got the same kind of humor and like the same kind of interests and things like that, you can put like it just fits so well. And like their games are like just everything that I want to be able to do, and they're just exactly my kind of humor. And exactly the kind of like, you know, character designs in that I really want in things. Oh, Kofi's back. Shoo. With a pear half-eaten in your hand, you made your way back downstairs. The store had a different vibe during the day. It seemed almost whimsical, like my stomach just started growling. Like the collection of some peculiar witch who decided a hoard of lampshades was better than herbs. It wouldn't surprise me if Sylvie was some kind of witch, though. I don't think it really, like, anything beyond what we've already heard is really revealed about her yet. But that would be cool. Family of witches, maybe that's why they're marigolds. What makes it matriarchal? Maybe the mother ran away from it. You once again walked between the tables, noting that despite the clutter, everything was dust-free. Florian wasn't lying about the cleaning at the very least. Like, these backgrounds are just incredible. I can't even draw stick figures, and then Sade's out here doing this absolute... Just... How... Artists are incredible. Like, none of this actually exists, and yet we can see it. They drew it with their own hands, with their own minds. Like, this is incredible. That's one word for them. Another is usually, what does this mean? Please explain. I do not understand. Walking up to the counter, you notice a distinct lack of technology. There was no computer or electronic cash register there, only an old till that seemed to be an antique itself. Oh, I know. Like, there's probably some kind of, like, you know, shortcuts that she uses with, like, you know, one of the, like, there's some butterflies in a garden for Moonflower, and I'm pretty sure those butterflies was something more like was some kind of tool that she either created or found. So, like, there are definitely shortcuts. Like, these flowers are probably, like, you know, some kind of flower stamp or something like that, but still, it's absolutely incredible. Like, I can't even begin to... I can't even picture something this clearly in my mind of what I want. Like, I don't have the thing where you can't see things in your mind, but, like, when concepting, I'm terrible at describing what I want because it's more of like a vague, like, of concept or vibe kind of thing. I don't like I couldn't describe something like this to you of like what something looked in the intricate detail. I don't understand how artists are able to do something like this. This is why, like, I mean, I've never had the aptitude to learn art because it's too much. There's too much skill and patience and passion that need to go into that for me to even consider trying to actually learn it. But, like, I admire artists so much, and nothing that I do could exist without them. And it's just amazing how you can give someone a concept and they can just make it real. Like, and then they bring their own ideas to it as well. And like every visual novel, every VTuber, every art commission is a collaboration of different ideas and talents all coming together to one to produce something mutual and better than any one person individually could have come up with. And I just... something that I just love about, like, especially indie work, like, you're working so closely with other people, and it's just such an incredible collaborative experience that you really hope doesn't go away anytime soon. I hope that we can weather everything that's trying to crush human artists and creators, because there is nothing that is remotely comparable to the experience of working in that kind of environment with other people and the results that you can get from it. All of the accounts looked to be handwritten in a journal that sat upright in a book stand next to it. Either your aunt had a fantastic accountant or was committing tax fraud, or maybe both. Let's have a look. I want to zoom in on all the things. There's so much in this background. And every time, like, you look at it, like, there's something else that, ooh, I wonder if that fish sings. You think that's one of those singing fish? I hope it's one of those singing fish. That would be funny. Like one of those motion activated fish that you get near it and it sings some sort of stupid song. There's a piano. I always really wanted to learn piano, but I have no space for it. Because there's you see on the wall over on the side there, like underneath the deer head, there's like, you can see the butt of a fish on one of those plaques. Probably I mean, that's probably not the kind of thing that an antique shop would have, but like, I'll be disappointed if it doesn't talk in some way. Maybe it's a magical fish. Maybe you can have conversations with it. There's a book somewhere that you can talk to. Like, what kind of instrument is that up there? Is that like a harp? Yeah, bow and arrows and all, I wanna look. Yeah, possibly. It's up too high though. That would be so scary. Suddenly the armor talks. I think I'd be less scared of the fish talking than the armor talking. It looks like there's like a bust over there as well. Still, the lack of anything electronic didn't surprise you. Since you were a child, she always wrote you letters rather than email or text. She was a little old school, but that didn't bother you. Maybe she's like super old herself. So long and thanks for all the fish. So sad that it had to come to this. That Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is never far from my brain. If anything, receiving a handwritten letter was exciting to you. You didn't know anyone else growing up who got letters. Except for people getting bills, but no one liked those letters. Hear, hear. You understood that greatly now. Standing behind the counter and looking out towards the shop, you felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. This was your aunt's great treasure, and she was leaving it to you. Well, for a few months, but that was beside the point. Aside from that sense of purpose, was a small yet persistent reminder of just how insane this was. Dropping everything to move to a town you'd never even visited because an aunt you hadn't seen since childhood. It was exciting. It was daunting. It was the most exciting choice of your life. You needed something like this, a chance to get to know who you really were. It was a knock at the door that pulled you out of your introspection. Did you say that? A very neat, crisp knock, if a knock could be neat and crisp. I love the way that they write. You could see a tall shadow on the other side of the door, but no details apart from that. Florian? You opened the door wide, curiously peering at the stranger on the other side, who looked you up and down, looked at his watch, then shook his head and walked past you and into the store. All right. Okay. Tall man. I like his one little... He's like a tiny little fleck of pink there. It's so cute. Well, game's over. You opened the door to a stranger and you died. Didn't your mother tell you not to open the door to strangers? No, she didn't say anything about strangers, did she? She just said to keep the doors locked, though. Well, I hope you're not about to tell me you're Florian. That would make last night very strange for me. Florian? No, I am Mr. Westbrook. I apologize if that disappoints. No, who could be disappointed in you? I really like the blink animations. The mystery man put down his briefcase on the counter, then began pulling out paperwork and pens from it. Is he a lawyer? Not sure I've ever met a man that's actually used a briefcase before. I kind of dig it. I suppose I'll just have to wonder endlessly who exactly you are then. I do appreciate a mystery as much as the next person, but... Right, that face. It would be unlike Miss Marigold to leave you with any kind of instructions. He quickly pulled a business card out of his pocket. Wait, what? His name isn't even Westbrook. What? Oh, no, I am not Mr. Westbrook. I read that wrong. Emmett Finch, independent accountant at Finch Advisory. Oh, you know someone's important when their name is part of the business. Maybe you gotta rebrand the store to the Sage Emporium. See, Sage is just such a perfect name. I know that the name is customizable, but like, Sage just hits perfectly. Emmett, and you must be Sage. I'll admit, I have heard very little of you, so we're starting out on equal footing. In short, I'm your aunt's financial partner, her accountant, and now, by extension, yours for the time being. I imagine his voice being very deep and rich and warm, the kind of voice where he explains something to you and you don't hear a single word. You are just so lost and transfixed in the baritone of it. We have a lot to discuss regarding accounts, cash flow, and taxes. Did she run away because it's tax time? I mean, I don't blame her, but... Just smile and nod. Exciting topics for Tuesday morning. You watched as he pushed up his glasses, then nodded. Oh, he's into it. Any time is the perfect time to talk numbers. I disagree. I appreciate working with someone like-minded in that regard. Oh, he doesn't get sarcasm. What experience do you have with running a business? I had a lemonade stand once. Oh, plenty. There was one summer where I had a lemonade stand outside my house, though I don't remember paying any taxes on that. Don't tell, all right? Any actual experience? Like a proper business? Yes. No. Understood. It seems my role will be a little more hands-on than in previous months. I will bill Ms. Marigold for the extra time we need to get you up to speed. That sounds expensive. All the good things in life are. Quietly, you watch him shuffle through his paperwork before pulling out one specific sheet of paper. I'll be frank with you. Ms. Marigold's accounts are dire. Despite my protests, she makes little effort to remedy that fact. Sometimes I wonder whether she truly desires to own a business or not. Perhaps with you around, we'll see some change. Perhaps we won't. Time will tell. Wow, thanks for the overwhelming support. With you on my side, I know I'm going to knock it out of the park. I know that that's sarcasm, but at the same time, I feel like it's correct. Also, I'm sad that we couldn't just make a "okay, Frank" joke back at him. Can we call him Frank from now on? I am supporting you. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be here. I am just not in the habit of giving false promises. At the very least, we will aim for Miss Marigold to not return to bankruptcy. Sounds like a plan to me. I stopped by to have you sign a few forms, though only temporary. I like to keep my affairs in order. Sign here, please. What am I signing? Don't like to sign things that I don't know. One by one, you signed each and every form and handed to. He just stole the business. It's his now. And your bank account. And your credit card. Identity fraud in progress. And boy, there were a lot of forms. Great, my hand's starting to ache. Stay strong, Sage, you could do this. I wonder what this guy's deal is anyway. He must be a local, right? Maybe this would be a good chance to try and make a friend. While you're here, can I ask you a few questions? Be my guest. I have a little extra time before my next appointment. Do we only get to ask one, or do we get to do all of them? Is there anything fun to do around town when you're not working? How long have you worked with my aunt? It's been... He digs through his briefcase. Oh, he's gonna be like specific. Like... date, time. He digs through his briefcase, nodding as his eyes scan the various documents. A year now, give or take a few weeks. How has it been? Satisfactory. Ms. Marigold has had her account sorted and I have been paid. So I believe that counts as a success. And how has she been to work with? Why do you ask? I haven't seen my aunt since I was a child. I was just wondering what she's like these days. She is fine enough to work with. Very memorable. That's all I can say. That's all I'll say on the matter. Oh yeah, we get to ask more than one. Nice! Are you a local? Do you live in Willowmist? Yes. My practice is located close to here. You'll find my address on the business card I gave you. Have you always lived here? Or have I happened upon another wayward wanderer like myself? I formed my practice here, yes. I mean, you personally, not your practice. I don't see that it makes any difference. What? Ah! Sir? Evasive much? What does that mean? Is there anything fun to do when you're not working? I don't really see him as the type to have fun. apart from doing taxes, that is. I love this little, like, tongue out expression. It makes me want to bonk them on the head. Just karate chop. There's something a lot more seductive about it with the female face than the male face, though. That depends on what you find fun. If you mean theme parks and musicals, then you're out of luck. Yeah. Yeah, I can't do a karate chop, but I can do a thump. Take that. If you enjoy hiking, dining, or live music, then there is plenty of that. I'm down to try new things. I wish you all the luck trying them on your own time. Emmett looked down at his watch before setting his eyes on the door. I'll stop by in a few days to go over paying your bills and keeping the lights on. Until then, keep your accounting in the journal on the counter, and I will assess it when I return. I'll try my best. Apologies if I'm not quite up to standard, but I'll have Florian here to help me. Hopefully. Actually, are there any good breakfast places around here? My aunt left a few things, but I'd kill for a nice breakfast while I'm waiting. There's quite a few decent establishments. I like how Florian is almost the tutorial man. Not Florian. Emmett. Got Florian on the brain. Well, are you hungry? We could grab a bite and have a mini tour of the town if you're up for it. You killed it, Sage. There's no way he can turn you down now. Emmett adjusted his glasses again, his expression impassive. Unfortunately, I'll have to pass. I'm paid for doing accounting, not for eating breakfast and tours. Have a good day, Miss Marigold. Oh, okay, bye. Bold to assume that Florian knows how to do the bookkeeping. Aunt said that Florian would help, but does Florian actually know what he's doing, or does he just clean? Which is definitely something I would not want to do in this place. Like, I find it annoying enough having to clean, like, the 4 figures that are around my room. Everything gets so covered in dust. Like, I don't know how this much dust actually exists in, like, a singular place. It's ridiculous. I have a very ongoing beef with dust. And it, like, most of them are probably, like, so breakable and stuff as well. Like, that would be awful. Oh, okay. So there's the fish over in the wall. I just pointed at my screen. You can't see that. There's another armor over there. There's some more armor helmets. There's a big angel thingy. Angel fairy? Yeah, that looks like an angel. That would startle you as you walked in, I feel like. Just this giant angel in the stairwell. There's another harp over there. I did not rename them. Hey, Rebel. Now, I stuck with Sage. I really, really like the name, and I think it suits them perfectly. I'm the kind of person that if there is a default name, I won't change it unless I actually absolutely just hate the name because it feels like what's intentional. And Sage Marigold is such a beautiful name. Like, I really like that. But yeah, I mean, I even wanted a default name for a date with death, which is how I ended up with Bob McGee. Because that was when I asked the developers what they would name Sunshine, I got Bob McGee in response. So that is now the canon name. This is what happens. This is what happens when you ask Gabby questions. I didn't. I knew it was going to be something fuck ass, but I wasn't expecting Bob. Although I got Gregory from in between Micah's grandfather because I was like, I need a name, and Gregory was the smart ass response I got, and I was like, you know what? That's a good old person name. No one's named Greg anymore. It's an old name. Just like that, he gathered his briefcase and walked out the front door. The chiming bell is the only reminder he was there in the first place. Aw, that's sad. I'm so cold. Aren't people from the countryside meant to be super welcoming? Meeting Florian, then Emmett, seems a little harsh. Huh? You spun back around to the doorway after hearing the bells, but found no one there. Strange. Oh, is this gonna be Winnie? Can Winnie make the bells ring? With a shrug, you found yourself turning back towards the store. It would still be a few hours until Florian turned up, so you decided you might as well familiarize yourself with the items around the store while you waited. I like how giant the mouse is. Like, I've only done a custom mouse once, which was I was helping on Whip Pop's game Elle's Kitchen, and we did a custom mouse for that. Surprisingly annoying to code a custom mouse. You were surprised to find that a couple of hours barely scratched the surface when it came to inspecting the show floor. There was so much stuff. And forget the amount of stuff, absolutely nothing had a price on it. Even digging through the paperwork at the counter, you couldn't find any notes about inventory or pricing. You were massaging your temples in stress when you heard the door chimes ringing again. Hey, cute boy! Hi. Wow, he really doesn't want to get sunburnt. I like the getup. I like this outfit, it's super cute. That bucket hat. Bucket hats are surprisingly difficult to pull off. And I mean, I know he's a fictional character, but like, he looks good in a bucket hat. I lost my train of thought. Thanks. Yeah. Like, I can't imagine if you were to put a bucket hat on Emmett, it wouldn't look goofy, but it really suits Florian. Thanks. Don't like the sun. That's a mood. I can see that much. Did you manage to get some sleep? I guess. Maybe that's his secret. Maybe he's secretly famous. Are you going to ask me how I slept? Previously, if I have to. And if I said you did? How did you sleep? You couldn't sound less interested. Funny that. Well, I'll pretend you actually care then. Surprisingly, I slept really well. The bed was super comfortable. You should join us next time. How fascinating. I'm happy for you, really. He has... Oh, okay. That disappeared. He has that exact, like, disinterested, snarky personality that I just instantly gravitate to. Like, he has an attitude with you, and unfortunately for him, red's my favorite color. Actually, it's purple, but he's got purple. He's got purple eyes, purple underhair. He's perfect. Maybe it did. Maybe it did say that. With a sigh, you watched Florian drop his satchel bag behind the counter before removing his various mismatched accessories. I wonder if we could do, like, if he doesn't like the sun, I wonder if we could do, like sun filtering, like, glass in, like, the windows kind of thing so that sun still gets through, but, like, it cuts out, like, the UV or whatever. What is it? It's Interview with the Vampire, that Louis' Dubai apartment. He has that, like, the glass, like the protecting glass that makes his whole apartment kind of apartment. Really not an apartment, penthouse, I think. He has like the sun protection through the windows in that, which I find an interesting concept. I wonder if something like that would work for Florian. I don't know what their vampire lore is. Like if they're going, like, you know how yeah, I mean he's just like removed his hat and face masks and things, and it's still light, so there must be at least some protection in the actual store. I mean, there's windows everywhere. Oops. Audience stolen. I don't suppose you worked out how to run the place while I was gone. Do you really think my aunt would make it so easy? She never does. Oh, that's so... It is illegal for him to make that face. Absolutely illegal to make him sad. Let's see. Let's do a promo. I'm very bad at like the whole Twitch thing. Most of the time, most of the time, I'm like, I come from the YouTube environment, which has like none of the things that you can do on Twitch, and I'm not very experienced in live streaming. Yeah, I wanted to give you a shout out. You rated me a couple of times, and you've supported me a lot, so I wanted to give you a little shout out. You should totally check out Rebel. Rebel's cool. I used to get that rating as a thing though. Like I close the stream and I'm like, I should have checked to see if there's anyone that I know was streaming, but I don't really know many people who are like I'm not really like super in like, you know, streaming communities or anything yet. I just don't do it enough to have, you know, established much connection. I would like to though. She never does. Fine. I'll explain, but I'm only going to do this once. If you don't pay attention, I'm not repeating myself. Wow. Wah, wah. It really can. It's also like I don't have like the little time I do have, I use on streaming myself. I rarely have the time to actually watch anyone else, so I don't have a lot of opportunities to like, you know, go into other people's spheres and, you know, make any connections by watching anyone or like stuff like that. I'm very much in my own little kind of pocket, just kind of doing my thing. I'm like that in real life as well though. Like I don't, unless there's like, you know, actual chat, which I super appreciate people being in chat. It's so helpful. I'm not much of a solo yapper. I forget that I'm supposed to talk when there's no one to talk to. But I'm awkward in real life as well. It can be difficult to make genuine connections. Even if I say please, I'll ignore you. I love him. You mad? Oh, Your Honor, I love him. Pretty please? I'll ignore you even more. That face. He has some great expressions. We buy things for cheap, then we sell them for more. That's pretty much the gist of it. And what? That's all you're going to tell me? What else is there to tell you? That's how it works. I know how I know how stores run, Florian. Then why am I bothering to explain it to you? You gotta give me more details than that, or we'll run this place into the ground. Yeah. I'm really lucky with the connections that I do have. It's mostly people who have kind of I've lurked, and then they've kind of, you know, picked me up and decided I like this one. It's so I'm very lucky in that regard with the people that I do know. I'm very self-conscious about entering spaces though. Like being a developer and in some of the other kind of, you know, real life jobs that I've had, that like I kind of have, there's a lot of that kind of mandatory networking kind of thing where people want to make like job connections and things like that come in either like kind of casual settings, and you're never kind of sure, does this person want to be my friend? Are they trying to get it, like, do they, is this an like, you know, that like just networking, or I'm really bad with like social cues and things like that. Just because I'm a bit of a wallflower. I kind of watch other people make connections and then just kind of be like, oh, they don't actually like me. I have to be like explicitly invited to like, you know, be friends or, you know, join something. Otherwise I think I'm not. That's probably the neurospicy, but it's difficult, especially with how difficult it can be to read tone over the internet. Like, I'm never sure where I stand. It's like there are people that I've worked with in like, you know, the I work conventions. There are people that I've worked with there for years that I'm still not friends with on Facebook or those kinds of things, because I'm just like, oh, no, they probably don't actually like me. And then if it's the kind of thing that if I was to kind of, if they hear that, they're like, oh, I thought we were already friends on those things. I didn't realize we weren't. Here, let me add you. And it's just like, okay, thank you. I struggle with taking that step of like, you know, entering communities and kind of knowing what to talk about or how to connect with people. It is very difficult for me. I second guess absolutely everything I say, and I'll analyze conversations, like, you know, single comments that I make. It's like, was the way I said hi too weird? You gotta give me more details than that, or I'll run this place into the ground. I really like his little kissies on his little double moles. It's cute. Guess I do need this job. Fine. Buy stuff, sell it for more, also keep it clean or no one will want to come in. Right now, we're pretty much out of rubbish to sell, minus a few things I put behind the counter. Is all the rest of it not things to sell? What? It's fine, yeah. Most of the Discords I'm in, I like, you know, skim read and don't actually interact. But then when you've gone a while that like you haven't spoken much, it feels awkward to come back in. But like, I don't mind about that at all. Some people will leave if they're not talking, and then they'll come back when they're ready to talk. But like, I don't think there's like, especially my server, like there's absolutely no pressure at all to talk in the server or in chat. I love lurkers. I am a lurker. Lurkers keep everything running. I thought you were going to listen to me. Yeah, but what you're saying doesn't make sense. How can we be nearly out of things to sell? There's stuff everywhere. You watched as he looked around the room and then shrugged.
They're just your aunt's decorations. Oh my god. She's a hoarder. Yeah. I'm in more than my own server. I'm in the 2.5 studio server, and I have to kind of remember sometimes, oops, I do need to actually go into my own server as well. All of that is decoration? I guess. I don't know. I don't make the rules. I just help out. That's crazy. How does anybody know what's for sale and what's decoration? I don't know. Fine, it's all just for looks. I can deal with that. That's why there's no prices on anything. How much do I sell things for then? Whatever you want to sell them for. This would give me... I could not be Sage. Like, just this conversation is stressing me out so much. I need specifics. I still have a price list on my phone from when I was, like, when I was working the store at a convention from years ago. Like, I need the expectations, the rules, the guidelines, everything written, referenceable. Like, this would actually kill me. And it's no wonder that Emmett's upset about the state of finances. How would I know? I'm not an antique salesman. You better become one quick then, if you don't want to go broke. Wow, wow. God, what have I got myself into? A mess. I wouldn't take on your job if my life depended on it. Just keep track of how much you buy shit for in that journal on the counter. You should be able to eyeball how much things are worth, but you'll get better as you go. Probably. You can probably just adjust the price later if shit's not selling. Doesn't really matter. Let me see what we've got then. Checking behind the counter, you notice a handful of small knickknacks. They weren't much compared to the rest of your aunt's decorations, but they'd have to do. Alright, well, now what? You're the boss. I like the sound of that. You gonna call me Boss Sage? If I really have to talk to you, I'll probably just call you Sage. Wow, if you have to talk to me? He just shrugged. Fine. It's probably for the best anyway. You wouldn't want all this power to go to my head. He shrugged again, then found a broom and began to sweep up the already clean floor. There were already a few people hanging around outside. They're waiting to talk to you or something. You're not a celebrity, are you? That's the last thing I can be bothered with. Why, 'cause you are one? I could be. Not the last time I checked. I could be. Why are you unsure about it? Maybe I'm some niche internet celebrity and I don't even know it. Probably not. You walked towards the door, then flipped over the sign to open. Outside, the afternoon sunlight filtered down like liquid gold, hitting the cobblestone just right. The trees swayed gently in the light breeze, and the cool air carried a faint scent of pine and distant baking from a kitchen unseen. You breathed in deeply, of that air for a moment, and it felt like an old friend stopping by to visit. Warm, comfortable. Hey, Florian? Florian? Huh? Look at those little fangs! Look at them teethy! Teethy! I love you. Little teethies. Oh, right. I forgot you were there. Wishful thinking, I guess. I'm going to speak to you so much you won't be able to forget me next time. Great. Oh, that face! Oh, you look so sad. Great. Have you ever felt like you were being watched around the store, by the way? Watched? You're watching me right now, does that count? No, I mean, well, it does, but not in this case. I mean, watched when no one else is around. Not really. Not any more than is normal, I guess. It's not normal to feel like you're being watched at all. The normal amount of feeling like you're being watched? In this town? Yeah, probably. That's good to know. Huh. I was wondering, by the way, did you grow up here? Yeah. Never chose to leave town? Nah. Nothing out there worth seeing. Wow. Have you never felt like being stuck in one place is like being in a cage? He paused at that, actually thinking. I guess the cage is pretty comfortable. I think that's why I came here, really. I wanted to help out my aunt, of course, but... But maybe you can't sell the vase because it's not a vase, it's actually ashes. It's an urn. The winds of change pulled me here. Pulls a lot of people here, I think. Really? Surprise! Yeah. A lot of people who don't fit in anywhere else. Maybe that's why I'm here then. I doubt it. You look like you'd fit in just fine. Oh no! I mean, someone would have to buy it for you to sell it. You're muttering. Oh, look at that pout! I want to squish his face. Don't worry about it. You got family? Other than your aunt, I mean. Ooh, he's engaging. My mum, but her and my aunt are a little estranged. They haven't spoken in years. I have no clue why. Huh? Usually people can't resist her. Oh, she's popular like that? What? No, I didn't mean... Do you have a crush on my aunt, Florian? No. It's not like that. Really. I meant that she has a pull to her. She's annoying and nosy and probing, but she has a way with people. You can't help but get along with her. He's blushing. You seem a lot like her. That sounds like a pretty big compliment coming from you. What about you, anyway? Does your family live nearby? Maybe. They maybe live nearby? I don't see them anymore. Oh. I'm sorry for prying, then. I pried first. Your eyes found the doorway, where a young girl of perhaps 14 or 15 stood, eyes on you curiously. Ooh, heterochromia. You're not Granny Sylvie. Hi. Granny? She's not that old, is she? I don't know. She looks pretty old to me. I'm Sage. Granny Sylvie is my aunt. I'm just helping to run the place for a while. The girl studied you, crossing the room with a strange litheness to her movements. Standing before you like that, she leaned in close. Hi, I'm Vienna. Sometimes people call me Vivi. You look very interesting, you know. I like the way your nose joins your face and your eyebrows are cool. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going to be going on with his family. That is such interesting way of complimenting people. I like the way your nose joins your face. Well, thanks. I like your eyes. Do you have heterochromia or are they contacts? They've always been this way, ever since they were... Huh? What? Okay, there's something going on with this kid too. Hey, you sell things, right? Pretty things, cool things? It's my mum's birthday tomorrow. She likes pretty and cool things. Since she's pretty and cool, can I buy something for her? Why don't you have a look around and see if anything catches your eye? You have eye catchers here? I'll be careful then. Just like that, she left you standing there, slightly bewildered, while Florian had made his way away from the commotion. When his eyes met yours, he gave you a thumbs up and mouthed, "Nice nose." Your hand went up to your nose. Really, it was a nice nose. He's being funny. Baby boy or baby girl. He seems like the most likely to be the baby girl. I love the way that she spoke makes me think, I'm pretty sure that, well, okay. The way that Willowmist gets described as a town, it seems like they're probably all something. Like, I don't feel like there's many... It almost feels like, you know, camp for demi-humans kind of thing. Where, you know, we've just wandered into Camp Half-Blood kind of thing, like... I wonder if, like, it's only, like, you know, a few people in the town, whether it's the whole town. There definitely seemed like there was something not, like, regular. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe Willowmist is some kind of, like, you know, Fae village or something. I don't know. I actually don't. Well, yeah. I've been enjoying reading everyone's I don't know. There's lots of I've been enjoying watching everyone's theories on what's the story behind the the love interests in that. The mouse disappears, like, times out if you leave it for a few seconds. But I can talk. Talking is hard. Visual novel playthroughs are really hard to do because there is so much talking. And you can't progress if you're yapping about other things either. Yeah, I'm not sure. There are some leading theories about him. A lot of people think he might be some kind of fae. I haven't really gotten beyond that interaction myself. So it should be interesting to see how things unfold. There's a lot to this demo. We're not going to get through it all today. I think the only one we know for sure is Florian. And we've only met like 2 out of 5. I have coffee and I have water next to me. Nope, I don't want that on. Can I? It's a gift reminder. I don't know what any of these do. Nope, don't want that. I want you. Sorry, I'm trying to go into my... I was trying to go into my my mobile setup so that I could press the hydrate button. You walked behind the counter, then settled on the stool there while Vienna looked around the store. She exclaimed things. She examined things very curiously, her fingers often just hovering over the surface of objects without touching them, as if she was somehow feeling their energy. See, there's even something with this kid. Like, we're about to hit another ad. I really do need some kind of like, redeem thing that goes across for the ads. When she did pick something up, she would turn it around and around in her hands, tilting her head this way and that. I mean, are any of those things actually for sale, or is she just looking at the decorations? Tilting her head this way and that, and to see every single angle, her mismatched eyes narrowed like she was looking at a difficult puzzle when she was really examining a teapot. Maybe Sylvie's a dragon and this is her hoard. If most of it's just decoration. She held it up to the sunlight, despite the fact it was opaque. Like it would reveal something hidden that no one else had ever noticed. Then she put it back down. Not exactly where it had been, but close enough that you didn't feel the need to correct her. The strangeness of it all brought a smile to your face somehow. After a morning with Emmett and Florian, she was something fresh. I really like the way they do the side images. Oh, we're in another ad. Found something? I can give you some suggestions too. If you tell me a little about your mum. I'm not quite sure if the mum is real. A minute seems so long when it's in an ad break. Like, it is so long. She's really good at finding things. Not just keys or socks, but things you didn't know you lost. Like hope or patience. Yeah, she's good at finding those things. I just noticed that she's got little, like, pigtails. This is an interesting looking kid. Oh, she loves colours too. Bright colours, happy ones. Okay. Okay. And her hands are always warm. That's Interesting. I really like the way that they do the side images. That's real. Side images are always a difficult thing to try and aesthetically blend into your UI. What have we got here? Even the history is nice. Like, I hate coding history. Absolutely hate it. I think maybe this? I made $7. Cool. I think she'll like this. She likes shells. They're so quiet. I bet it knows how to listen too. Thanks for your help. You're cool. I barely did anything, but you're welcome. Hey, if you ever need anything else, we'll be here. Thanks. I think I'll come back again. Maybe on another day when the sun is shining, or maybe not. Great. Get home safely, alright? And I hope your mum likes the gift. That was very unsettling of an interaction, and I didn't like it. It feels uncanny. Vienna waved towards you, then headed out the door with her purchase in her arms. Congrats on your first sale and all that. I hope they're all that exciting. Do you know her? Do I look like I know every single person in town? Honestly, no, you look like someone who would go out of your way to not know everyone in town. I mean, does she stop by the store often? Not that I've noticed. Maybe once or twice, but I don't know. I'm usually in the storeroom. I can tell. You look like you need to get some more sunlight, mister. No thanks, I burn easily. They sell things for that, you know. Sunscreen, aloe vera. Why do you care? Don't really. And if I said I've fallen hopelessly in love with you, my aunt said to look after you. I have no idea what options will like align most of the time. I just pick what I think sounds the funniest because I'm a bit of a troll. She what? I like how he's behind the desk. Like the layering in this is really nice. Like backgrounds are usually just flat and you don't have much of like that you can really do with them, but I really like that there's just like this layer in the front here that like he's in front of that plant, but then which is in the background there, but then like he's behind the desk. I think that's really cool. She what? She said you don't get enough sleep too. This is such a suggestive face from her. She should mind her own business. You too. Yeah, I will. The bell chiming for the second time that afternoon drew you both away from your conversation, and Florian used it as a chance to retreat back into the supposed storeroom. Hello. Those are some guns. Oh, it's this guy. Who's she running away from? Beautiful Sylvie, apple of my eye, belle of my heart. Would you do me the greatest honor of... The man before you wore his long, wild hair back in a loose ponytail, and his shirt, perhaps one button too far undone. Depends on who you asked. He was down on one knee, as if about to serenade you with the world's most beautiful poetry. Or ask you to marry him. Is she running away from Quinn? Sylvie. Is Sylvie going to be like some sort of siren or something, maybe? I mean, she could just be a regular. She could be a normie, but like, I feel like there's going to be something with her too. What are some creatures that like lots of stuff and are very impossible to dislike? She could be some kind of a siren collecting little trophies and people are drawn to her. You are not Sylvie. I see, though I can sense her genes a mile away. You must be Sage. You watched him spring to his feet. He was certainly far more sprightly than he looked. And walk forward to put a hand on your shoulder. All right, mister, who are you? I have heard so much about you, and even that is not enough. All right. He reached out to shake your hand smoothly. His energy contagious. I'm sorry, I'd love to return the favor, but you are... So the lovely owner of this store hasn't yet had the chance to mention me. That sounds just like our Sylvie. Quinn Bakerland, at your service. Occasional poet, but full-time chef. Occasional poet. And you and my aunt are... No, you misunderstand. She is the most beautiful woman to ever grace... Is she the most beautiful woman to ever grace this town? Yes, of course. Does my heart become a flutter when she walks into the room? Certainly, without a doubt. Do I near fall to my knees each time she speaks my name? That should be obvious. Where was I? Your relationship to my aunt? Right. Yes, we are dear friends. Friends. Oh dear, this guy is a bit dramatic. He did say he was a poet though, so... Well, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Bakerland. Please, call me Quinn. Family to Sylvie is family to me. Does she feel that way? Is she, like, avoiding this guy? Quinn, then. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but my aunt is actually out of town for the next few months. I'm just helping here while she's away. My heart shatters into a million pieces once more. But that is hardly your fault. I should not ruin such a momentous occasion. I have never met any of Sylvie's family. You must be very special indeed. We're really close, despite the odds. I wouldn't say that. Special? I don't think I'm particularly special. My grandparents have passed away and my mother and aunt are estranged. I'm really the only other family she has. And I can tell you are special to her. You would not be here if you were not. What did you want my aunt to have the honor of anyway, then? This is most fortuitous. There was no one that could take our lovely Sylvie's place but you, of course. Are you fond of fine meals, beautiful atmospheres, and live music? Yes, and yes. Divine. Expression. I have a restaurant just off the main street. I have just created a new dish. I call it my Crimson Risotto. Roasted beets, rich vegetable broth, a swirl of cream, and topped off with mushrooms. My mouth salivates the thought. It does sound pretty damn good. Oh no, I'm hungry. Please, would you do me the honor of sampling my new dish? Who am I to turn down a meal? Delightful. He's so funny. But I need I need some time to prepare. Tomorrow night, I will astonish you with the finest food in Willowmist or beyond. And before I forget, welcome to town, Sage. There's no other place like it. You'll be calling it home before you even realize it. Thanks, Quinn. I appreciate the warm welcome. There, you got your super friendly country person. And warmer it will get once you taste my cooking. I must depart immediately to prepare. Please, await tomorrow evening with as much anticipation as you would give your birthday. What if I don't care about my birthday? With the heartiest laugh you've ever heard, Quinn left the store with a grin that nearly went from ear to ear. The soft evening sunlight drifted through the doorway as he left. Pulling out your phone, you noticed 5:03 p.m. Oh, shit. You scrambled to pull up your texts, where you could see nearly a dozen left by your mother to the tune of, "Did you arrive safely?" and "Oh my god, you're dead." Oh, I do that to my mother. I'm always like, "I'll message you when I get there," and then I forget, and she's like, "You alive?" "Sorry, Mom. I'm here, I'm alive, I just got caught up in everything, I'm totally fine." Sage. Dear Lord above, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I was this close to getting a train there myself. Maybe I should have waited a little longer to text then. Not funny. I know, really, I'm sorry. I'm just glad you're okay, my baby. For the mother to be this, like, kind of clingy and protective, it makes me think there is something with Sage that, like, you know, has had to be, like, you know, protected from everybody and hidden. Totally okay. Met a few new people already, and everyone, mostly everyone, is super friendly. The town is beautiful, Mum. You'd love it. Lots of beautiful scenery to paint. I think, honestly, I've barely left the store yet. You know I haven't painted in years. Maybe you just lacked the right muse. Anyway, I need to close the store up now. You've only been open for like 10 minutes. Alright, text me if anything happens, okay? Yes, Mum, love you. You flipped the sign on the door over to closed as Florian re-entered the room. You missed all the fun staying holed up in that storeroom. I don't really care. I prefer it that way. So antisocial. Well, I guess I can understand in a way. Well, you do you. I'm gonna go upstairs and start unpacking. You don't have to stick around all night, you know. It's fine. I start late, then I stay late. Why not just start earlier then? I just prefer it this way, quieter. Well, alright. I don't mind really. Get home safely, okay? Sure, maybe. Leaving Florian to his work, you headed back upstairs. It would definitely be easier to keep things clean when the store was closed. Like, it is so much easier to work when you've got no one in your way. Piece by piece, you unpacked your belongings slowly. It wouldn't do you any good to spend the next 3 months living out of your suitcase. If you were going to live here, you were going to do it right. Still, you felt almost reluctant to disturb the quiet rhythm of the room at first. Your aunt had turned this space into a home, and gradually you were adding to it, making it become something more. Hopefully something even better. Each item you pulled from your suitcase, a soft sweater for the winter here, a stack of well-worn books there, found its place amongst your aunt's belongings, like threads woven into someone else's fabric. A framed photograph of your aunt, much younger and standing in front of the store, sat nestled beside a ceramic teacup, its handle chipped but cherished. Chipped but cherished, that's a little bit difficult to say. You placed your own picture frame carefully next to it, unsure if it would fit. It somehow felt right, like a new memory slipped into an old album. You pulled out more of your treasures. A glass vial of sea glass you'd collected with your mum, a well-worn notebook that faintly smelled of ink, and your laptop, which you placed on the desk. As you slid your clothes into the chest of drawers, you noticed that the sun had long since settled over the horizon. Packing had seemed so quick. Unpacking was another beast entirely. You found your way over to the window, hands full with a pair of tall pink glasses you'd been given all the way back on your 18th birthday, then lingered there, feeling the cool night breeze wash over your skin. The soft glow of the full moon was already casting its silvery light through your room, and in the distance you could see the mountains that loomed like gentle giants, their peaks softened by a veil of mist that curled around them in dreamlike patterns. Here and there you could see the faint trails of smoke rising from chimneys, fading lazily into the sky, but mostly everything outside was still. You turned away from the window, suddenly feeling that familiar feeling of being watched again. And in the corner of the room, you saw it. Something, a person perhaps, floating a foot off the ground, head tilted to the side as if it were too heavy to carry, staring at you with wide eyes. What in the ever-loving hell is... Your time is near. You can't hide from me any longer. Oh no! You broke the... Oh no, you broke the 18th present. That's so sad. A pair of glasses in your hands instantly fell from your grip, smashing on the wooden floor. Shards went in every direction. Oh shit! Your eyes snapped back up in search of the person, but found the space she had occupied now empty. Am I not getting enough sleep or something? You knelt down, inspecting the damage. One glass had survived, luckily, so you collected that quickly and put it aside. The other one hadn't fared so well, though was in mostly large pieces. Grimacing, you slowly picked up and disposed of each piece. Ouch. And just your luck, the final one was the one that cut you. You quickly disposed of it and then cleaned your wound, but couldn't find a first aid kit anywhere in the room. Do you not carry band-aids? Who doesn't carry band-aids? Maybe there's one downstairs in the storeroom. Florian, are you still here? I could use your help if you are. What is it? I'm not paid enough to help you with your personal stuff, you know. He walked out of the storeroom, arms crossed. Something really weird just happened. I swear I saw someone in my room. She spoke to me. Then I kind of dropped a glass and got cut. It's not that bad, but I could use a band-aid if we have any. All the colour dropped out of Florian's face in a moment. He stared at you with wide open eyes, mouth open slightly, yet no words escaped. You're... It's not that bad, is it? He mostly looked like he was going to be sick as he charged out the front door, leaving you staring out towards him in disbelief. Wait, Florian? A tiny drop of blood dripped to the ground. I guess I'll find it myself. It didn't take you long to find the first aid kit. Your aunt had decided to forego the usual plastic box with a cross on it, and instead picked out an old wooden chest. It was a little scuffed and weathered, with brass hinges that creaked when you opened it, but it was very much fully stocked. You found bandages in all sizes, neatly rolled gauze, and adhesive strips in patterns ranging from plain beige to princesses and knights. You also noticed a few other, slightly more eccentric additions. A small vial of silver dust, labelled for curses, a flask of dark red liquid labelled emergency F only, a broken mirror which you made sure not to touch, with a note attached that read, "For illusions or lies." There was also more than what you had expected to see. Herbs, powders, and other natural remedies. Your aunt was into that kind of stuff after all. You pulled out a plaster and quickly stuck it to your hand, but fortunately the bleeding had already stopped. It wasn't much worse than a scratch, luckily. Check for the ghost. Look for Florian. Mm. Mm. Something that I will always admire is voice actors who do audiobooks, because it is really difficult to read out loud for hours on end. I would really love to do audiobooks though. I don't have the voice for it. It's too high and accented, but I would really love to be able to do audiobooks. I am still thinking about maybe doing something that lives, like, you know, privately. Like on my... Yay! That like lives on my server or something like that. I really, really want to do the Dragon Age books, but, you know, also don't want to get sued by EA. Look for Florian. You opened the door and poked your head out, searching the mostly darkened streets for Florian's figure. No matter where you looked, though, you couldn't see him. It seemed he didn't just step outside, he was gone. I didn't mean to upset him. I'll have to apologize tomorrow. Yeah, I just don't like my accent. I want one of those like lower register voices that's like more they can do the sultry thing that's just like so gorgeous to listen to. I feel like I sound like a high-pitched 12-year-old. Like, to the point where if I pick up the phone, like, the person on the other end will say, you know, "Hi, little girl, where are your parents?" Like, when I speak, I actively try and bring my voice down into the lower part of my register, but that's pretty much as deep as it can go. And the more excited I get, the louder and more high-pitched it gets, and it bothers me. Oh gosh. Giving up for the night, you headed back upstairs and into your room and settled into bed. Just like that, you fell asleep, surrounded once again by the unfamiliar scent of the store. Who the... Your eyes shot open at the sound of someone banging on the door downstairs. With bleary sight, you look towards your phone. 6:04 a.m. Not Florian, then. Ugh, I'm getting up. Could be Emmett. There's still others that we haven't met, though. The banging on the door continued. It got louder the closer you became. Stranger, too, because it sounded less like someone's fist. It could be Eden. And more like a hunk of metal. I'm coming. No need to break the door down. Hit. Oh. Lucille. Lady Night. I like her sleeves so much. Both wrong. Hey, my lady. I humbly kneel before you as my protector, as both protector and servant. From this day forth, my life is yours to command. I, Dame Lucille de Rosario, of the Order of the Crown, do hereby serve an oath upon my honor and my blade. No harm shall come to you while I yet draw breath. Your enemies shall be mine. Your struggles mine to shoulder. What the hell? I love her sleeves, though. They're so pretty. That outfit would be really, really nice outside of the armor. What the hell? You're just there in your pajamas. You're in your jammies. Please go fish with them. But does the fish join? Oh, you're in an ad. R.I.P. The mysterious knight lifted her head, looking directly towards you. You thought. It was hard to tell with the whole helmet thing going on. Even if it shall cost me my life, I shall stand by your side. I ask for nothing in return but the chance to serve a worthy cause. By my oath, I shall be your steadfast shield and your loyal sword. I think you've got the wrong person. At 6 in the morning? Honor and stuff is great, but at 6 in the morning? Honor and servitude knows no time limit, my lady. The suit of armor rises, straightening out to stand taller than you. I think I might still be a little confused. I understand. Trust does not come easily. Please, rest assured, rest easy, my lady, for I shall prove myself worthy of your trust. I can guarantee you that this is not anything like what she would sound like. It's so easy to go more to like to try and do more of that like kind of like fancy British, but I am Australian and I cannot change my voice at all. I feel like we have one of the hardest accents to get rid of. Not that I have any skills in it anyway. Okay, hold on a second. First of all, please just call me Sage. I'm afraid I cannot, my lady, for that would be improper. Please? If you wish it. Then I will make it so, Sage. Thank God. Keep calling me my lady and it's going to awaken something in me. Okay, someone's got a little something there. Okay, good. Now what's with the whole get up? Get up? The armor? My deepest apologies. It was not my intent to arrive here overdressed. I beg your forgiveness. What do you mean overdressed? You're in a full suit of armor. This set is hardly more than ceremonial. Lady Sylvie gifted it to me as a gesture of goodwill, and I wear it with pride. Alas, it is ill-suited for the trials of battle. A fine display, to be sure, yet lacking the weight and reinforcement required of true combat gear. Lady Sylvie deemed my true armor too imposing for daily wear. Intimidating, I believe she said. Rest assured, should the need for battle arise, I shall be ready. The armor gifted by Lady Sylvie may shine but with splendor, but my true steel lies close at hand, prepared to serve. You know my aunt? One moment. The knight tilted her head slightly, then reached up to pull the helmet free from her head. For a moment, her face was obscured by the shadow of the morning light, but then she shook her head. She fit all that hair under that helmet. The only, accent that my voice can really do is an absolutely terrible, the closest you could describe it as is that really fake Kate Blanchett from Indiana Jones Russian. It's got that kind of, it's in that direction, but it's not at all anything real. When I was a kid, I used to be pretty good at doing mimics. I used to mimic, probably like every kid, I used to mimic Harry Potter all the time. I could do Hermione pretty well, at least the tiny child brain, I could do it pretty well. But I can't, it's only mimicking. I can't say anything that she hadn't said. So I couldn't carry on an original conversation with that voice, but I could parrot what she'd said. I also used to be able to do a fairly accurate Gollum and Schmeagol. From Lord of the Rings. Schmeagol, right, Schmeagol, Cranks. can't really do it very well anymore, but I used to be able to do it pretty well. Just to freak people out. Yeah, I don't think I can definitely. Scottish and Irish isn't very similar at all, I don't think, but I wouldn't be able to tell what's Scottish? I don't even know how to say that properly. Very bad at pronunciations. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell that one. It's interesting how even within like the one country, there's still different accents. Like you can tell when someone's from Queensland or like Northern Territory. Like it's interesting how different just different parts of the country actually sound. It's like South Australia and Adelaide has a lot more of that kind of British through it still. Same with like Tasmania to a certain point as well. Then like the Northern Territory, Queensland, I'm way more into that what you'd expect, that kind of like Crocodile Dundee, like Aussie, like you know, you call that a knife? That's not a knife. This is a knife. Kind of like really like it's real, but it feels like a cartoon almost. Like the kind of like Northern Territory has the kind of accent that the rest of us listen to and go, whoa, do we sound like that? Because it's that strong. Like Sydney and Melbourne probably have the least of the accents because you've got more other through in like the cities in particular. You hear so many different accents like around you that it tones down a lot of what you actually sound like. So you can tell when what parts of the country someone comes from. And I find that so interesting. It's interesting. I love how people like parrot and pick up what they like when you're traveling overseas. It's really hard not to mimic how people are talking there. It's not necessarily something you're even doing on purpose. It's just that's how people talk, and that's what you kind of pick up and kind of start speaking back to them. And it's really difficult to make to kind of keep in mind that how mocking that can sound, but it's really just like almost an assimilation thing that your brain starts to do of incorporating what's around you into your vocabulary. It's so interesting how brains work. That's interesting about it's fascinating how within a country as well, there's their own little rivalries and things. Like Queensland and New South Wales in particular, we have a whole football thing. So we have the state of origin, which is literally Queensland versus New South Wales. But that doesn't just limit to the football. That is a constant thing. Most of the country will have something with a neighboring state or something like that. You're well, at least we're not, Queensland. Australia also has a very strong rivalry with New Zealand, which I don't entirely understand. I'd love to go to New Zealand one day. New Zealand looks so pretty, man. It's fascinating. Same thing with Australia and the UK. Like, Australia versus England in the Ashes, like, that is like blood sport, despite the fact that it's cricket. And you don't even get to touch the Ashes. Like, I can't remember which country they stay in, but like, whoever wins it doesn't even get to keep them. They're like, you're not allowed to touch it. Even roses of a different color. That's interesting. You watch on in amazement as waist-long hair tumbles free in soft waves, brushing over the polished shoulders of her armor, framing a serene, resolute face. Her eyes meet yours, clear and steady. Holy shit, where did all that hair come from? She does have a lot of hair. I feel like there's so much to unpack here. Please forgive the dramatic display, Sage. Helmets do little to flatter, but duty requires protection, even at the cost of appearance. Oh, really? She's so pretty. Also, unfair that she doesn't get helmet hair. Very, very unfair. To answer your previous question, before making your acquaintance, I was in service to Lady Sylvie. With your arrival, it passes on to you. Do not fret. I will not stand in your way. You will hardly know I'm here. But while you are in this town, I will protect you and this store with my life. I'm not totally sure that will be necessary, but thank you. I am but a humble servant. Your thanks is kind, though unnecessary. You watch as Lucille, now helmetless, takes her place beside the doorway, sword strapped to her hip. I must beg your forgiveness for not being present upon your arrival. I have had troubles with one of the contraptions in my place of living, what Lady Sylvie calls my apartment. A contraption? Yes, a magical device that produces water as if from thin air. I believe a curse was put upon it, and the water began to flood as far as the eye could see. Fortunately, a sorcerer removed the curse, and now it works as intended. She had a broken stick. Pipe burst. Uh-oh. Okay. You work with my aunt, but your sink broke yesterday, so you couldn't come greet me? That is correct indeed. So you live nearby? Yes, though I am not originally from this town. Oh, me either. We have something in common. I hail from the kingdom of Valendon. Valenday? However I say something, you can almost guarantee that the developers say it differently, and that is part of like what I find so interesting. Like, take their game... Amelie? I say Amelie like Amelia. They pronounce it more towards like Amelie. And like, there is so much that when we're like speaking to each other like in person, we'll be like, hold up, how do you pronounce that again? And I find it so interesting. Like, we're from the same country, but I am notoriously bad at pronouncing things, partially because of how I've learned to read is like, do like, you know, the syllable kind of things, I try and say everything phonetically. which was once present in these lands.
Once? Never mind.
We've got a larper. We've got a larper knight, a vampire and a ghost, and a strict accountant. I see that you're still in your night clothes. Do you require help in dressing? Huh? Are you offering to undress me right now? I believe that getting dressed requires one to first be undressed. Yes. You need not question my intentions. They are entirely pure. I only wish to serve.
Yeah, the accountant.
Special interest is taxes. Look, that would be pretty useful to have. I don't understand taxes at all. That's why the moment I registered for my business, I was like, I'm not dealing with anything financially in terms of taxes. I am just recording everything and then I'm going to an accountant, immediately. I'm just like, nope. I'm not doing this myself. It's like my aunt has been in accountancy for decades, and my mum used to work for the tax office, and then I am completely useless with numbers. I just completely numerically illiterate. My brain and numbers do not. Luckily, I program in Python, which doesn't really need numbers. It's too early for this. I think I'll be okay. I'll go get dressed and come back in a minute. Please, take all the time you need, my sage. I will guard the store in your absence. Oh, I've already changed my voice for her. See, that's another thing that I really admire about voice actors. It's how do you keep those voices straight in your head? Especially ones who have a lot of voices and can go back to them later on. And it's just how do you do that? Not only how do you remember what kind of voice you've used, but how do you have the skill to preserve that particular voice in its characteristic and uniqueness? It's amazing. Amazing. Really, that's interesting. Taxes for us are actually pretty easy. I currently do not even earn enough to pay tax. I still have to do a tax return, obviously, but they're relatively easy. And we've got a new tax system with employee reporting that literally we just log into our tax online, and all of our tax information is automatically imported. You just have to go through any deductions you have, or anything extra kind of things that needed to be added in deductions or those kinds of additional things that need to be reported, which most people don't actually have, dividends and those kinds of things. And then just hit submit. It's so easy. I always hear about Americans talk about their taxes, and I'm just this sounds evil. It sounds truly, truly evil of an experience. It'd be a little bit different for self-employed is a little bit different because you have to report your income yourself. But really, that's one of the reasons why I go to a tax accountant. But it's the same kind of thing. You have a tax portal, and you just you track what you've earned. It gets different over different thresholds. So at the moment mine's really easy. It's kind of just a deduction, an income declaration. But it gets more complicated when if you need to take like if you need to start claiming things like GST, if you earn over a certain amount as a business, you have to start adding GST taxes and things like that. So that can start making things more complicated, but it is still way easier of a system to kind of understand on a basic level. Most of ours are just through like an online portal. Like you have all your bank details and everything saved in it. We're starting to lean heavily into that more of like kind of digital ID kind of thing, which is not wonderful because Australia is also very, very poor when it comes to cybersecurity. Like our government is useless. Like I'm pretty sure our government still believes that, you know, you have to plug into the phone line and it makes a sound for the dial-up. Like, you know, to make a call, you do the rotary. You do the rotary thing and you ask the operator. That's where our politicians are still at. I like rotary phones. Rotary phones were fun. Bring back the rotary phone. Yeah. Lucille took her helmet back from where she'd put it aside and slid it back into place. There's someone claiming to be a knight standing in my store, and for some reason, I feel like the strange one now. You headed back upstairs. Slipping off your pajamas, you shook your head. You'd never met a knight before. You were beginning to feel like maybe this was all one long extended dream. You fell asleep on the train. This is all happening on your train nap. To be honest, I kind of dig it though. I did want things to be different, right? Can't get more different than a knight waking you up at 6 a.m. and pledging allegiance to you. Lucille still stood by the door, posture perfect. That movie, that's such an interesting movie as a concept for what it is. Like, it's also horrifying for what it actually is. Like, such a unique movie. It confused the fuck out of me, but like, incredible storytelling. There's really nothing else that's kind of like it either. She almost looked like one of the antiques on display. No, not necessarily. I wasn't really thinking about spoilers. Sometimes my brain needs to catch up with my mouth. Or my mouth needs to wait for my brain. It buffers sometimes. How's keeping order going? Well, Sage? No one intruded on your establishment while you were absent. I remained vigilant. Thanks, Lucille. Keep up the good work. I guess I'll just get to it. Let's see. What to do today? Ooh! So, we have reached a mechanic. Very thirsty. Okay. We have instructions. Welcome to the Willowmist Emporium, Sage. How pricing works. Each item in your inventory has a hidden value range. Your job is to pick a price within that range. At first, pricing might feel like guesswork, but you'll get better as you go. You overestimate. You overestimate. Smarts skills. Your smarts skills help you estimate prices more accurately. When your smarts is low, you'll only have a rough idea of what something is worth. As smarts increases, your valuation gets sharper, making it easier to spot a good deal and avoid overpricing. Item quality. Items come in different quality levels: poor, normal, good, or perfect. This makes me wish there was crafting. I really like crafting. Except for the fact that I almost never have the actual patience for setting crafting up properly. I've been trying to get my mum into Dragon Age for years, and she's like, but I can't craft. I want to be able to... I want to craft. It's like, she doesn't even craft in Final Fantasy much, which has a massive crafting thing. Play my favorite game, Mother. Higher quality items fetch higher prices. Daily routine. Set/adjust prices before each shift. See how customers respond to your prices. Learn from the results and adjust your prices for next time. So within the demo, I don't think it's possible to actually really fail, but there'll definitely be more things like, you know, within the mechanics of the greater game that you'll be able to flub a bit. We're also on normal difficulty, so we're not going to run into anything too drastic, but let's see. Important notes. Drag and drop items to your schedule. Florian, nap, please. Wednesday, and it is sunny. Time for a fresh start. Bills are $120. So we have a little... we have a little cleanliness counter as well. But my question then is, if our cleanliness is going down, what the fuck is Florian doing? He comes in the afternoon, then he cleans. How can this be grubby by morning? I want to see what happens when we clean. Goodbye, dust. And then I will sell some things. I have no idea, actually. I'm not sure if it'll be randomized or whether it's just like a set thing, or whether it actually influences anything at all. I think it's probably more flavor text. So let's see. I just want to see what happens with the... You drop the full bucket of steaming, soapy water onto the wooden floor, sighing as the weight left your shoulder. Phew! I wonder when the last time this floor got a mop was. I always see Florian sweeping, but... You drag the heavy mop across the floor, making long, looping motions. Sage, you wield that mop with all the grace and power of a master swordsman. However, if I may offer a suggestion? Please, I'm all ears. Lucille smiled, then walked behind you, gently reaching around as if she was going to embrace you, but instead, she took hold of the mop, her arms looped around your body. Like this. With a gentle, graceful motion, she swirled the mop across the floor. The secret is not to swing, but to caress. The water should glide across the floor as effortlessly as the wind through the leaves. I didn't realize mopping was part of being a knight. Oh, look, you're blushing. You're blushing. A knight must be able to wield any tool with grace. Long before I was allowed to hold a sword, I was instructed to hold a broom. So you're saying that once I've mastered the mop, you'll teach me how to swing a sword? It would be my greatest honor. Hell yeah! I want to learn to have a sword. I used to really like archery. Something about the way my vision works actually worked pretty well for looking down like an arrow. I only ever really got to do it at like school camp kind of things, and we didn't really have many of those, but I would really like to... I would have really liked to have done something with archery. Really like archery. I suppose that means you'll have to stop hugging me then. That's a bummer. At that point, she pulled back suddenly and sharply, retracting her arms and standing upright. My apologies, Sage. That was not my intention. Please forgive my impropriety. No, it's fine. It's not every day a beautiful woman holds me close. I should be thanking you. Lucille turned and cleared her throat. There was a slight pinkness to her cheeks. Inwardly, you laughed. It was such a delight to fluster Lucille. You took the mop back in hand and tried to apply her technique. Ooh. This is so interesting. I have no idea how like dice checks are implemented, something like this. This is just, as far as I'm concerned, 2.5 Studios are wizards. There's just so much that they do. It's like, I don't even know how to like concept some of the stuff that they've done. Like, I wouldn't even think about adding dice rolls to something that's so cool. All right. Let's see how we roll. Yeah, that was just part of the like the actual choice of it, I think. Oh dear. Not very effective then. You managed to do an alright job, but it definitely wasn't as pretty as when Lucille did it. Still, you supposed, the floor was cleaner now. Hooray! The store cleanliness is improved. The door chimes rang as someone clad in protective gear once again entered the store. You looked down at your watch. 11:48 a.m. Perfect time for a break. Morning. Morning? I suppose so. Sir Florian, you could hardly call it morning any longer. Did the morning sun rays offend you so grievously? You cannot bring yourself to join us until they have waned? Florian crossed his arms. The distinct sound of metals... Lucille crossed her arms, sorry. The distinct sound of metals scraping against metal. She looked menacing like that with her helmet still on. Well... The hat, the sunglasses, the mask, I would call that protective gear. It just depends what you're being protected from. I was thinking like some kind of like workwear gear though, like Like, I was expecting someone to come in that had just, like, you know, hard hat, kind of, you know, that kind of thing. Celebrity protective gear. She looked menacing like that with her helmet still on. Florian just shrugged. It didn't seem he found her menacing at all. Yeah, nice to see you too. I don't know why you're acting all surprised. I've always started in the afternoon. Look at them both, covered from head to toe. A night rises with the dawn, ready to meet the day's challenges head on. Yet you appear content to let half the battle pass you by. I'll leave the night shit for the night, if that's alright. Lucille placed her hands on her hips, tilting her helmet-covered head slightly, as if considering him. Do you not feel some obligations to lend your strength to the morning's labours? The store requires diligence at all hours, not merely those convenient to you. Lucille sleeps with the sun like chickens. What? I don't know what that means. Lucky you're here then. I don't do mornings. If Sylvie doesn't care, I don't know why you do. Very well. If your current arrangement serves the store well, I shall not press further. I don't like chickens very much. I consider them quite evil creatures. But do consider that your efforts, no matter the hour, reflect your honor and dedication to this establishment. I don't think mopping floors is all that honorable, but sure, whatever. Honor comes with every job, Sir Florian. Whether one wields a blade or arranges wares, it is the wars. It is the spirit in which the task is performed that matters most. Do carry on then, but know that the dawn is a most inspiring sight, should you ever choose to witness it. Might be the last thing he ever sees, though. Yeah, I know. Maybe one day. Good. I trust we shall work together most admirably today. Yeah, look, it wouldn't surprise me. War on sunlight. The brain cell activated again. When I keep saying Florian, it's Lucille. When Lucille went back to standing by the door, you used the opportunity to catch Florian by the wrist and pull him aside. Florian. He pulled his wrist away from you, eyes on the ground. Oh, right. I forgot about last night. We'll cross that bridge when I've dealt with the elephant in the room. I'm guessing you've met Lucille before? Hard not to, seeing as she's always here. Maybe you can explain to me why there's someone in full armor in our store then, please? Trust me, that's not her full suit of armor. You should have seen her when she first turned up. Sylvie hired her a few months back. My aunt did? Yeah. That's what she does. Takes in strays. We really don't need an armored guard for an antique store, but she got the job anyway. I guess it gives her something to do. Why does she think she's a knight? Because she is one, apparently. I don't know. She looks like a knight to me. How could she be a knight? She has a sword. Can't argue with that logic. Is it the only requirement for knighthood? Okay, fine. She has a sword. Can't argue with that. I've thought about that as well. I've got $57. My bills are $120. I don't know if the staff payments come out of that or if it's just the electricity bill, but hey, someone gets paid in that. Listen, about last night, Florian looked back down to the ground again, avoiding eye contact for a few moments before sighing and looking back at you. I'm scared of blood. Huh? That's all it was. I was surprised. Sorry. You should have said something. I wasn't trying to scare you. No, forget that. I apologize. I should have dealt with it myself. Come here. Florian grabbed you by the wrist. It was a light touch. He was careful not to hurt you as he pulled you towards the counter. Then he left you there. He left you for a moment, before returning with the same first aid kit you used yesterday. Have you procured an injury, Sir Florian? Shall I fetch a physician? No, I've got it handled. Yeah, I love it. I love this expression. I'm fine, Florian. It's a tiny cut. I already fixed it up. You're supposed to change it twice a day. Really? I am? So it heals properly. That face is pretty good too. Huh. I didn't know that. I guess I'll just sit down. He dug through the wooden box, pulling out some antiseptic and a new bandage. You really don't need to. I should be able to do this much. I have to. Sylvie said I should do shit like this. At that, you shut your mouth. Florian looked so serious in that moment. Like this was about more than just a band-aid. He sat you down on the edge of the counter, then peeled away your old bandage after putting on a pair of disposable gloves. Florian grimaced, almost putting up his nose at the side of your cut, which really wasn't too bad at all. Luckily, it also didn't hurt. Lucky you don't have glass in it. You sat there quietly as he performed his tasks like a ritual, putting the antiseptic on your cut, which stung like a bitch, then covering it again with an adhesive bandage. I suppose he has to learn, as a vampire, he'd have to learn how to deal with being around injury and not reacting to it, or not be overtaken by whatever bloodlust he might have. It's no big deal. I'm like his little blushy face. I want to squish his face like Mochi. Then why does it feel like one? I really did see someone in my room last night. Whoever she was, she disappeared when I broke my glass. Well, I don't know, maybe the place is haunted. You think? Or maybe you just imagined it. Anyway, I gotta get to work. Right. Yeah, work. Thanks again, Florian. Cute boy. Oh, hello. What do we have here? Gentle, loving, haunting. Oh, there's actually a button to delete saves on this one. Man, this UI is so cool. I love it. Yeah, I am. Yes, I will probably. I usually go about 5-ish hours. It is 1:24 p.m. at the moment. I was hoping to meet all of the love interests, but that doesn't seem like it's gonna happen at this point. This is... I mean, that's the point of the live streams, though, isn't it? Like, to actually interact with an audience, get to connect with people who would watch your videos or play the kind of things that you play, things that you make. Good quality, normal quality, good quality, normal quality. Let's see. You stare, it stares back. Who will win the staring competition? That's probably because we have low smarts at this point. Part of the instructions on that is part of the stat raising. So when we get to level some of those stats and upgrade our store, I guess, we'll get better at being able to actually shorten those price ranges, I think. Common. Good earns more than normal, so let's... Let's go 15 for the plate. Christmas brooch. Go. Oops. And then, what's his? 3 to 42. Let's go 35 for the rabbit. Probably not haunted. Probably not. Can't guarantee it though. Haunting costs extra. Okay. You get seated behind the counter, ready for today's customers. Oh, she came back. The bell chimes and a customer comes inside. Welcome. Oh. Oh, okay. I don't think the mum is actually real. I don't know. She seemed to not know who she was buying for at first. Or if the mum is real, maybe she's doesn't exist anymore. I don't know. Something up with this kid. Nothing's calling to me today. That's okay. Silence is nice too. See you next time. Ooh, there's different speech bubbly things used, so it's not all gonna come up in the actual dialogue there. Their imaginary friend. The customer leaves the store. Ooh. Hello, sexy. Didn't expect you. Hello, Miss Marigold. I trust your day is well. It will be if you buy something. Buy us a bunny, Mr. Emmett. Man, I can't see the name Emmett and not think of Emmett Selk. Although, fun fact, I got to Emerus in the in-between by starting with the name Emmett. And then I went through different versions of like the name Emmett and ended up like kind of down the pipeline of like similar names and ended up with one that I really liked, which was Emrys. I haven't watched Twilight, so I don't really know the name other than like Edward Jacob Bella. That's really and Rosalie, I think, something like that. I don't know. And whatever that fuck-ass creepy child is. The bell chimes, and a customer comes inside. Welcome! Oh, he's actually gonna buy? Is he gonna buy? Buy a 5012 plate. Our plate has a certain symmetry I appreciate. Interesting. Will you spend $15 on it though? Come on. Reasonable enough. I'll take it off your hands. Hey, hey, hey! Fuck yeah! Thanks, Emmett. I wonder what I wonder what the maximum he would have paid for it was. Did I undersell? Fuck yeah! You're the MVP. I'll check in again soon. See you next time. You're not gonna comment on the fact that your accountant just came in and bought a plate? Is he single-handedly keeping this store afloat? Ooh, I got experience. 7 experience. Hooray! You saw 2 customers today, but no one else is coming now. As the sun crested the horizon and day slowly began to turn into night, you turn your open sign to closed. Phew. Another day down. It was pretty busy today. You saw 2 customers. Yeah, I guess. Some days are like that. Other days, we're twiddling our thumbs until we can go home. Frankly, that's more like what I was expecting. I thought an antique store in the countryside wouldn't have a lot of activity. Would an antique store in the city have any more activity? Maybe. Antiques and thrifting and stuff are pretty popular these days. I always thought it was only old people who liked antiques. What, you don't like them? Looks like a load of junk to me. Junk? You should not say such things, Sir Florian. I really wish you'd just call me Florian. Lady Sylvie has spent her lifetime curating this collection of fascinating oddities. It would do you well to hold your tongue if it only spits distaste. Oddities is one word for all this crap. I mean, you do you, but there is a reason you work here But is there a reason you work here if you don't care much about the store? I care about the store and the owner. I just don't care about antiques. Your aunt helped me through some shit. Gave me this job when I had nowhere else to go. I appreciate that. Doesn't mean I have to be into used lampshades and rusty axes. I guess that makes sense. Speaking of it being busy, though, how do I go about finding more things to sell? We'll run out soon enough unless I start pillaging the decorations. I don't know. Go steal from someone's trash can. Do I look like a raccoon to you? Do you really want me to answer that? Oh, that does count as a smile. I do not think you look like a raccoon, Sage. Perhaps you have more qualities similar to a red panda. Your red coat is divine. Thanks, Lucille. I'm glad someone here appreciates me. Red panda? Okay, so I really hope that when there's eventually merch for this, there's red panda merch. I associate Micah from the In-Between with a red panda as well. We can have matching red pandas. Your aunt had a few different avenues for her junk, I think. I don't really know the specifics. She does have an attic filled with it, though. You can pick through that, might find something. Or you might find nothing. That seems more likely. Oh, an attic? Yeah, Sylvie's been meaning to sort through it for ages. If you get injured trying to work through that mess, it won't be my problem though. I can dig out a key and show you tomorrow. Thanks, that sounds great. At that moment, your stomach let out a low grumble. Oh, right. Do you guys know Quinn? The chef guy? Yeah, I guess. You couldn't sound less interested. Florian rubbed at the back of his neck, looking away. He's nice or whatever. We just don't get along. I don't know. I guess we're two different people or something. Oh, he looks so sad about it. Is it because he doesn't want to eat his food? The vampire doesn't want the chef's food, and that offends the chef? Do we think that's what's going on? Sir Quinn is an excellent cook who makes feasts fit for royalty. Lady Sylvie did well in seeking his companionship. Companionship? Interesting. He invited me to his restaurant to try a new recipe tonight. I nearly forgot about it. Have fun with that. Oh, not even a little bit interested? I'm not hungry. I've got work to do anyways. Yeah. What, sweeping the floors? You could have been sweeping all day? It'll be fun. For you, maybe. Anyway, bye. Have fun or whatever. Peace out! At that, Florian left the room. Lucille? I would be honored, Sage. In truth, I had already considered offering to accompany you, should you require a guardian for the evening. It is only fitting that I ensure your safety, even over a meal. It's just dinner. I don't think I need a guard, just a friend, if that's alright with you. A knight's duty is not bound by circumstance. Whether it's a dinner or a battle, I would gladly be your shield. So that means if we don't like it, we can feed it to her, right? Like if it's actually kind of gross, if we just like, here, Lucille, eat this. Defend my taste buds. But a friend, indeed. I would enjoy the company. Perfect. I still haven't managed to take a look around town, so having a guide will save me from getting too lost. Sir Florian has not offered to show you around the settlement, truly. Well. Then please, allow me to escort you through the town and show you its finest landmarks. No harm shall come to you while I am by your side. Sounds like a plan to me. Let's make a whole night of it. A night of it? I meant, sure, a night of it. Good night. Please, I'm taking psychic damage. Constitution saving throw. The town of Willowmist glowed slowly under the moon as you and Lucille stepped out onto the main street. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the faintest hint of blooming jasmine and the earthy scent of the forest just beyond the town's edge. Somewhere, a distant clock chimed the hour, its tones mellow and unhurried. You couldn't help but think that time seemed to feel slower here. There really was no need to rush, was there? It is a brilliant night for a stroll, though the weather has begun to cool off. Remnants of autumn still remain. Leaves crunched under both of your footfalls pleasantly, singing farewell to their passing season. So, Lucille, how long have you lived in Willowmist? I believe it has been around 3 months now, give or take. Wow. That's very recent. What brought you to town? I like how Sylvie has taken in all these people very recently, and then she's like, peace out, bye-bye. Hey Sage, take on all my strays. I'm very curious what Sylvie's deal is though. Where is she going? Why 3 months? Is she actually a dragon? It is a long and peculiar tale, Sage. I don't know, man. I can't imagine she sells very much. They mustn't have any, like... This must be like, you know, kind of very low-cost living up here. When I am not certain you will believe, but if you wish to hear it, I shall tell it too. This must be related to why she thinks she's a knight. I'd be happy to hear it. Well, 3 months ago, I was not in Willowmist. In fact, I was not in this world at all, at least not as it is now. I hail from a time long past, an age of kings and castles, of honor and sworn oaths beneath, and an oath an oath sworn beneath banners fluttering in the wind. You stared at her, still trying to gauge whether she's pulling your leg or not. Is that it? Yeah. I mean, it would be pretty difficult to buy at this point. There's nothing other than this place is kind of weird to suggest anything is like magical going on. She thinks she's seen a ghost, but like so far it's just kind of country people with their own way of things. There's no reason to believe that she's anything more than like, you know, a bit touched by the altitude. Is pulling your leg, though, is that a common phrase? I feel like I don't really hear that much in media. Because it's super common for us, like, but there's so much that I think is like, you know, that's just a normal thing to say, and people stop me and go, what? It is? Okay. Pull the other one, yeah, okay. Because it's just something I almost never hear people actually say. So then I get, like, it surprises me what isn't very common. And then things that I think are common, are like unheard of outside of here. And then things that I think are like things that I question whether they're common, it's like, oh yeah, that's like a thing everywhere. It's like, oh, okay. I have everything backwards as usual. But Lucille looked completely and utterly serious. I think at the very least, even if you don't believe the story, you can believe that they believe it. I was engaged in a battle, in a most dire battle, when the world itself seemed to shift beneath me. One moment I stood upon the battlefield, the next I awoke amidst the unfamiliar sights and sounds of this town. I like to think I'm easygoing, but time travel is a lot to take in. I understand your doubt, and yet I have no reason to deceive you. This armor, these weapons, even my manner of speech, all relics of an age long forgotten. Surely you have noticed their antiquity. You're being serious, aren't you? Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I mean, I always thought that like the whole red goes faster thing was a common phrase. And then like it apparently is, but also not. Like, red goes faster. Okay, there we go. I don't know. It might be mentioned in Cars about how Lightning McQueen is red and he goes faster, but like red goes faster. It's just always been a thing. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know why red goes faster, but red goes faster. It's like, I guess, I don't know if it's like a Ferrari kind of mental connection with cars kind of thing. Because the Ferrari red, they're a super fast car, but I don't know. That was something that I always thought was like super common. And there was a line in the Divine Speaker about red goes faster, and everyone was like, huh? What? What do you mean? We're like, what? I'm confused that you're confused. I find it fascinating how different phrases I swear it upon my honor. When I arrived, I had no knowledge of this place all this time. The world I knew was gone, replaced by one of strange machines and customs. She can't seriously be telling the truth, right? Potential ghost in the store, sure, a time-traveling knight. But I guess she doesn't really have a reason to lie to me. I'll just go along with it for now. That's kind of nuts, you know? Indeed it is. Kinda nuts. How'd you manage to adjust? That must have been, a lot of changes. With great difficulty, I assure you. Your aunt was the first to show me kindness. She took me in, clothed me, and taught me the ways of this new world. Were it not for her, I might have been lost entirely. For reasons I cannot explain, I feel as though I was meant to be here. Perhaps fate has a purpose for me still. Damn. That's one way of thinking about it. You're strong, you know that? Stronger than me. I wish I could go with the flow that easily. I am a knight, Sage. Adaptation and perseverance, or, as you put it, going with the flow, are the very essence of survival. I have pledged my service to you not only out of duty, but because in this unfamiliar land you have given me purpose, and for that I am grateful. Why do you think you are not strong, Sage? I see no reason to doubt yourself so. Strength is not measured merely by the swing of a blade or the weight of one's armor. It lies in the choices we make, the burdens we carry, and the resolve to continue forward when the path is uncertain. I suppose so. When did you become a knight, Lucille? I was 7 when I went to the local lord's castle to begin my training. 7? That's so young. I'm 26 now. I feel like I've done nothing with my life. In fear that I would choose wrong. So much time has passed me by. I've seen friends start families, get married, climb the career ladder. And I'm the same as I was 8 years ago. Is that why you chose to come to Willowmist? It felt like something I could do, a choice I could make. So I guess so. When I began my training as a squire, a trainer once said to me that there is no shame in fear, only in surrendering to it. Your path forward may be unclear at times, Sage, but it is there all the same. Time spent on the journey is no waste. It actually it tells you. That's interesting. That's... Interesting. People have thoughts about mechanics like that. What do you think? Do you think it's better to forecast what the romance choice... Oh! Hang on, let me minimize the bar for a second. So, the choices, there's actually a little love heart next to the one that's the romantic option. I'm not looking at the actual screen that I can... I'm only looking at chat rather than the actual, rather than the output screen. But yeah, there's a little heart next to the romance option, which is interesting. I don't think I have any strong feelings about it either way, but I have seen a lot of people previously, talking with the for and against of if choices like that should be forecast or not. People like it, people hate it. It's interesting. Yeah. It definitely makes it easier in a long game. Especially if you're someone who will, follow guides. You don't need a guide in that sense. It just tells you. It would be interesting if there was a way to turn it off so it was completely blind guessing. I don't really care either way though. It does mean that I can avoid what I don't want though, which I quite like, so I would probably turn it on anyway. I have thought about doing Hey Phoenix, you have such timing. I'm probably going to be going for another 10 minutes or so. I'm at nearly 5 hours. But yeah, I have thought about time zones are so hard. I've thought about different ways that I could, incorporate that kind of thing as like an accessibility option of maybe there'd be some kind of emoji or something that's next to a choice that aligns with each love interest kind of thing. I don't even know if emojis work in the version of Vampire that I use, though. Thanks, Lucille. Yeah. See, in really long games, I think it definitely can be useful, especially if there's no guides available yet. With Moonflower, I published a full choice guide that was free. Just a PDF of what each path does and all possible choices. It's in the art book as well, which is paid, but people are gonna make guides anyway, so might as well. But it is an extra download that you have to actually seek out. It would be, I think it would be interesting to actually put those kind of stuff in an accessibility menu. I've thought about adding the dyslexia font and that kind of thing as well, but it can be very difficult with the way that the font works, actually keeping everything still within the correct actually still fitting it into the text box without having to have completely different scripts for different fonts and stuff like that. Might be something worth looking into though, because the in-between is going to be huge. And I like to be shady with my choices, have completely different outputs in them, but have give people the choice panic when the choices sound too alike. I do that on purpose sometimes. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. I guess that counts for something, huh? Indeed. You are far more capable than you believe. Trust yourself, and you shall overcome any trial. Well, with words like those to back me up, I guess I gotta keep trying. Ugh. Hey. It's an interesting perspective being a dev, playing games. You start to analyze other people's games and take in what they're doing, what you like about what they're doing, what you don't like, what you think is a cool idea that even if you couldn't necessarily improve upon but could adapt it for your own thing, but then you also don't want to just straight up copy other people's games. Like, there are so many things that I'm like, oh, I would love to use that exact feature in mine, but I can't just, straight up copy and paste someone else's, concept and things because I didn't think of it first. Like, there's inspiration and then there's just like straight up. It's interesting though, like every single thing you play or experience is something that you will take away. You will take away something from absolutely everything, whether it be an idea for something in the future, whether it be something you'd like to stay away from. You know, as a player, what your likes and dislikes are. And then the struggle is bridging the gap between what you personally like and what your ultimate goal is with what other people need or want from it. And that's honestly the most difficult thing, because it's really easy to say, this is mine, no one else matters, but then you have to sell it. You have to make other people have to want to engage with it and play it, and other people have to have a good experience with it. Otherwise, there's no point to it. But there's also limitations on what you can do, either skill-wise or concept-wise, or things that will actually fit within what you have available to you, whether it be UI or like other limitations on what it's possible to do. Oh yeah, there's definitely some things that are just common. It's often in the way that it's executed. Like, I didn't think of that. That's a really unique thing to do. I really want to incorporate something like that. But then you have to think about the more unique something is and the cooler idea that's specific to someone else's game, even for a common concept, you've then got to be very careful. Because it's really easy to see something I want exactly that. You see it all the time in things, even if it's like, you might see a cool tattoo on Google and you're like, I want that thing. And it's like, but that thing, it needs to be changed. You need to be able to find a way to make things your own, which is can be a huge struggle, and why artists and collaborative creators are so important, to go back to an earlier tangent. I fear I have spoken too much and nearly forgotten the purpose of our excursion. This way. Allow me to introduce you to the fine establishments of Willowmist. It's just so pretty. She's calling me out. Oh, it's starting to get warm here too. The two of you, side by side, continued onward through the town centre. As you passed a brightly lit building, Lucille gestured towards it. Behold! The farmer's market. It is mostly curious, It is most curious. It is found indoors. In my day, one would venture into an open square at dawn. Yet here the bounty of the land is neatly contained beneath a roof. She sent it to the grocery store. I must admit, it lacks the charm of market stalls. But the convenience is notable. It is open nearly no matter the hour. Ah, a grocery store? Yes, I believe that is what Lady Sylvie referred to it as. Further along, Lucille slowed her steps in front of a small clothing store. Its mannequins posed in stylish outfits, many of which wore winter coats. It would start to get cold soon, wouldn't it? Excuse me. I have no idea if the microphone picked that up. And here we have the local tailor. Their wares may lack the intricate embroidery of royal finery, but they seem much practical and well made. If you have need of garments for the winter, I would advise you pay them a visit. Maybe we can take a look together sometime. I would be honored, Sage. She led you on upward, pausing briefly outside a plain brick building with a glowing green cross above its entrance. An apothecary, though I have yet to have need of their services. The potions they prepare must be potent in this age, with all the modern tools at their disposal. I'm not sure they use potions exactly, but medicine has probably come a long way. I can only imagine. I pray we do not have to find out anytime soon. Yeah, let's try to stay healthy for the next few months at least, alright? You have my word. Ah, across the way? Lucille nodded to a squat building with darkened windows. The local woodwright's workshop is just over yonder. His craftsmanship is impressive. Worthy of noble commission even, but it is nothing in particular. The master crafter simply gives me a certain sense of unease I cannot place. I do not doubt his skill, but there is certainly something about him that seems unnatural. However, in this town, that is not such a strange thing. I'll keep that in mind if we ever run into each other. You humble me by taking heed of my words. Thank you. Now, Sir Quinn's dining establishment is just ahead. It is interesting the way she speaks about him, though. Like, he is really the only one that nobody has any idea about yet. There's some strong theories about everyone else. No one yet knows what he is. He might just be a dude. But that seems unlikely. Yeah. There's all kinds of theories. The most popular one that I have seen seems to be like fallen angel or demon. I have no idea. It's gonna be really interesting, I think. I just think that would be so funny. There's like, I love when things are just like teased to the point of like, you know, just desperately needing to know what this thing is. And the reveal just being, oh, it's just a thing. Like, is kind of so hilarious to me. And like, just the threat of it being nothing at all is just wildly entertaining. Like, I mean, that's the point of like a red herring, right? Like, there's also with The Date with Death, there's 5012, he wears that ring that gets highlighted a lot in like the webcomic and stuff. And like there's such a like there's such a theory on what that ring might be and what it might signify, and just the threat of it just being just like, you know, a way to zoom in on his ample bosom is hilarious. Like, maybe it means nothing. Maybe they're just doing chest shots. Because have you seen that man? Sure. He could take my soul anytime. I mean, what? Hi. Who said that? Maybe he wears, maybe Eden wears gloves all the times because he gets a lot of splinters as a woodworker. Maybe his hands are just covered in band-aids and he's embarrassed. He doesn't want you to see the Hello Kitty band-aids he's got all over his fingers. The atmosphere of the night seemed to change as you stepped into the Silver Oak. I love that name. You were surprised to find it mostly outdoors, but that surprise was certainly not disappointment. Strings of twinkling lights crisscrossed overhead, casting a soft golden glow that danced off wooden tables and the cheerful faces gathered around them. The air was rich with mouth-watering aroma and sizzling meats, freshly baked bread, and the faint sweetness of roasted vegetables. Thinking if there might be something like a were animal, maybe it's a snake. Ooh, snakes with scales. That would be interesting. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with him, but like the way that he covers, because he's got like that turtleneck and everything as well. So like, it's very possible that maybe he's got something going on with his skin, or I have no idea. It'd be really interesting to find out. I don't even think we'll meet him yet, because I think probably after, I'm at like 5 hours, 6 minutes at the moment. I think probably we'll get past this section here and then I'll stop it for the day. It is a very long demo and live streaming makes it even longer. Ooh, you're right. I wonder how he feels about apples. Every now and then, the scent of herbs and wood smoke wafted past, carried on the gentle evening breeze. Plates of food and frothy pints of beer made their way to the tables, the clinking of glasses mingling with bursts of laughter and lively chatter. Someone at a table in the corner strummed a guitar. You came. Of course. How could I turn down the best chef in town? I brought a friend. I hope that's all right. The more the merrier when it comes to food, eh? Please, I reserved a table just for you. Sit, sit. Before you could even place a hand on your chair to pull it out, Lucille had already done it. Oh, she's gonna pull that chair out. That's so cute. Chivalrous. Allow me to do that for you. Ah, you are so well-mannered, Lucille. The world would be a better place if we had more people like you. I only help where I can, Sir Quinn. So humble, too. Please, sit, enjoy the atmosphere. Deliciousness awaits. I would like my chef to meet their chef. I think that would be fun. I think we need to do a little, studio collaboration here. I need to put Thomas and Quinn in a room together and make them cook. Like a little... I want to do like a little cooking jam kind of thing that has like a little cooking show kind of thing that has Quinn and Thomas. I think that would be like ultimate friendly man cooking edition. Like I think they have very similar personalities too. Like they seem very similar in their characters. And I would just like to see those two together. Like that would be fun. And then I don't know what Sylvia's like or what she looks like or anything like that yet. I'm guessing she looks a lot like Sage does, but you could have the chefs and then you could have Sylvie and Mary being their weird little selves. Doing stuff. I don't know what they'll do exactly, but stuff. I think that would be fun though. Making like a little side content because we have so much time on our hands. You sat down and Lucille adjusted your chair for you before crossing over to sit on the opposite side of the table. Her armor made a slight scraping sound, but you were impressed at how silent it was overall. Your aunt did really well picking that out. Where'd she manage to get armor like that anyway? I swear, there's so much I don't know about her. I'm so curious about the aunt. Maybe I'll get to ask when she comes back home. It's only 3 months away, after all. Pretty girl. You seem deep in thought, Sage. Oh, my bad. I was just thinking about my aunt. A fair topic to be consumed by. Your aunt is a wonderful person. I'm almost jealous of you and Florian, you know. Jealous? You two honestly know him better than I do. All we know each other from is letters. Even now, I haven't seen her in, 21 years? That is indeed a long time to go without seeing one's own family. Yet you cannot deny the bond you share through your letters. A connection nurtured by words alone is no less meaningful. Yeah, but it's different, isn't it? I mean, I know her as my quirky aunt from the countryside who likes herbs and crystals. I really feel like she might be some kind of witch, I don't know. This town, really know her. Everyone I've spoken to looks up to her. Oh. Oh, I could just take a screenshot, couldn't I? Oh. No, that's correct. Everyone I've spoken to seems to look up to her. Yeah, I thought that was incorrect, but it's not. It's me. I'm the one that's wrong. She is the best of Willowmist. I do not think it an exaggeration to say that this town would not flourish as it does without her. Big shoes to fill. You needn't fill her shoes, only bring your own. Lucille leaned back in her chair, her eyes flickering away from you. Nevertheless, I understand the weight of time lost. Probably better than anyone. I'm sorry. There is no need to apologize. Time, though it may slip through our fingers, grants us moments we have now. And it is what we choose to do with those moments that truly matters. Though I need not remind you, Lady Sylvie did not ask Florian or I to attend to her most prized possession while she was absent. She asked you. In truth, it is part of the reason I have so quickly trusted in you. Lady Sylvie herself believes in you. She could have at least left me some instructions if she believed in me so much. Forget talking about me, anyway. I'm more interested in knowing about your knightness. You truly find it so interesting? I do. Okay. I don't know how long this is gonna go, but what have we got? 15. Okay, let's try and get out of the CG at least, and then we'll end this. Can you really use that sword? Is that sword... Hey, that's a bit different. Is that sword real? The blade I carry? Indeed. It is the same one I used in the battles of my youth. Youth hardly sounds like the right word. You look so young. Your words are most gracious, though I assure you, my youth has long since passed. Were it up to my mother, and had I not chosen the part of a knight, I would have been married many years ago. That doesn't really say much for, depending on how old you are, like, you could be 15 back then and that would still apply. Cue hissing cat. She often reminded me that a sword makes a poor companion, though I suspect she underestimated how loyal a blade can be. It's nice despite the year. Mothers are just like that. Your mother also wishes for you to marry? Probably. I think it has more to do with wanting grandchildren than wanting me to get married. But anyway, about that sword. You can really use it? Like, use it? I assure you, my training has not gone to waste. This blade has seen me through many trials, and though I pray it will not be necessary in this time, I am prepared to wield it, should the need arise. Okay, I don't think I'll need you to stab anyone, but I do appreciate the offer. I'll endeavour not to stab anyone in your presence. Maybe just not at all. At that, she cracked a smile. I carry a sword not as an act of aggression, but a promise of protection. I would never harm anyone who was not deserving of it. I could hardly be called a knight otherwise. You're making me want to see you swing that thing. I bet it'd be real cool. Perhaps one day, should the need arise, I shall demonstrate. Until then, rest assured that my skills remain sharp. Is your armor heavy? Is that armor heavy? It seems like a lot to walk around in all hours of the day. For one not accustomed to such a weight, perhaps, but I have borne this weight since my youth. It feels as natural to me as the air I breathe. She glanced down at her polished armor, her expression thoughtful. Truthfully, this set is quite light compared to the one I wore when I first arrived in Willowmist. That armor was forged for battle, with heavy plating and chainmail beneath. And it carried far more than its own weight. Every dent and scratch held a memory of a battle or of my training. So, this must be like casual wear for you, huh? In a sense, yes. I find it reassuring in a way. Wearing it reminds me of who I am, no matter how strange this time may seem. I don't think I could ever stand upright in something like that, let alone move around so gracefully. Grace comes with time and practice, my friend, though I suspect you could carry it well, should you ever wish to try. So knights are allowed to get married? Sorry, but I gotta ask, knights can get married? Indeed, though there are some limitations, they may not marry commoners, nor people of higher status unless arranged by our lords. Huh. I guess I just thought a knight had to, stay single, like monks or something. I was about to say, they're not priests. Not at all. While some knights do choose to forgo marriage in favour of their duties, it is not a requirement. We are permitted to wed, provided the union aligns with the expectations of our station. So what if you fall for someone who doesn't meet the rules? Then one must choose between desire or duty. It is not an easy decision, but a knight's honour lies in loyalty to their vows. How complicated. Here I thought modern dating was difficult. Such is the life of a knight. But I would not trade it for anything. Honour and duty are the cornerstones of my existence, and to stray from them would be to betray myself. So, does that mean you've never, fallen for someone? Lucille's composure faltered for the briefest moment, her cheeks colouring faintly beneath her confident demeanour. No. I have always prioritised my duties above such matters. There was little time to entertain the notion of romance. How about now? Well, maybe you'll get the chance one day. Maybe not. Comforting. Did you ever regret it? Maybe the Marigold family will be some kind of like ancient royal bloodline and it'll be fine. Did you ever regret it? Regret is a strong word. I do not regret taking up my oaths, no. I believe this is the correct path for me. Even without romance, I have experienced a love of camaraderie, loyalty, and shared purpose. Those bonds are no less valuable to me. Perhaps if I were to truly think on it, there are pangs of regret. In some regards, I saw many a friend who grew up in my village find love and start families. Many even with a whirlwind romance straight out of fiction. Always date the dragon. It would be interesting though if, because you know how there's always like, the knight that goes to the knight that goes to defeat the dragon, to free the princess kind of thing. I would find it interesting if there was some kind of like the knight that defends the dragon and becomes their companion. That would be an interesting twist to me. I'm sure lots of things do that, but like I think that would be an interesting kind of like dynamic there. Especially if the dragon's both girls. Or at least the knight is a girl. Women with swords. Infinitely sexier. Anyone with swords really, but armed females. Big brain. Give the women swords. But no, I would not have changed my path thus far. Oh, he's back. Bon appetit. Dinner is served. Quinn appeared as if from thin air, then placed two dishes down, one in front of each of you. What you saw would have been... Yes. What you saw would have been fit for the finest restaurant anywhere. The creamy beets were so red it almost surprised you. If it's delicious, then you will sing my praises all through all of Willowmist. If it's not, then simply strike me down, as I could not bear the thought of serving our lovely Sylvie's family anything less than perfect. Well, she bought a sword, so let's hope it's good. Ah, I am trembling in my boots. Please, taste, taste. It smells delicious. You raised a fork full of the risotto to your mouth. The creamy texture, the tender rice, the velvety sauce, it was beyond delicious. As you chewed, the earthy flavour of the roasted beets, almost sweet, filled your mouth. There's just no good stopping point yet. Quinn, this is delicious. Magnificent. You do not understand how that warms my heart so. I had worried for a moment. My prep time was cut short last night. The full moon does things to a person sometimes, you understand. Oh. Hello. Full moon, you say? Nevertheless, enjoy, enjoy. Fine company makes a meal even more delicious, eh? You looked back over towards Lucille, who seemed to be enjoying her meal just as much as you were. And that, dear viewers, is where I am going to stop. We are at almost 5.5 hours. I think this feels like a decent enough place to stop. I was looking for that kind of spot that felt like it started to segue into something else and finish, like, close out the scene kind of thing. And this feels like that sentence is a nice spot there, because it'll start going into other things, I think. So that was probably a very small portion of this overall demo. It's a large demo, which makes me afraid for the full game, because it's going to go on forever. Like, we haven't met Eden yet. There's so much more that I know comes after that, but we've met most of the characters, I think. Not yet, no. They're probably it's going to be a huge game, so I'm assuming they're probably going to need a Kickstarter for it, but it probably won't be soon. Yeah. Go without promo again. So this was the I've already done goofed the name. This was the Willowmist Emporium of Antiques and Curiosities.